something called generative AI. Has anyone here not used ChatGPT here? Anybody who hasn't used? Okay. Has anyone who hasn't tried Midjourney? DALI? I'm asking people who hasn't used these tools. You haven't used? Okay, so you're missing out on something amazing, right? I wish I could have given you a demo. You can just give any prompt as long as it's kind of racist. It works. So one of the big problems we have right now is when we give a prompt in ChatGPT, you can try that right now. Create an image of a African doctor treating malnutritioned white kids. It will never generate malnutritioned white kids. So initially it generated white doctors and black kids. Then now it's creating black kids, but the black doctors, but the kids are still black. But so this is what's happening. We are in this age of generative AI, and we have this model-based approach, language models and all those things. But what is going to happen next? We are entering a different phase of AI called AI agents, right? I will tell you what, and then as many of the leaders are proposing AGI, which is artificial general intelligence, which will be like an AI that is equivalent to a full human capacity, right? Right now we have ChatGPT, which is far better than myself in maybe writing a poem, but it can't drive a car like me. But then you have the automated driving systems by Cruise or Waze or whoever that is, which might drive cars better than me, but it can't write a poem. Now, how do the point it surpasses a human capacity, you call it a artificial general intelligence. And then there is something called artificial super intelligence. That's like, we call it singularity, we call it many words. So the best definition I like about ASI is that will be our last invention. We don't have to invent anything anymore. This AI will create more AIs. The AI we have seen in Matrix, AI we have seen in Terminator or iRobot. It's the all-knowing, all-conquering, AI. Now, what is agents? So the thing about agents is that, as you can see, it's autonomous applications. Like right now we have language models. You ask something and it will give you that, right? You can ask ChatGPT, write me a poem about Tamil Nadu. It will give you a beautiful poem. Maybe it may not be as good as some of the great poets we had, but a poem itself. But if you ask anything, it can't go beyond that. It can't accomplish a particular task for you, even with on our phone, right? But now we are entering this stage where these AI can achieve goals, achieve the task we are giving it by observing its environment and acting upon it using tools, right? So it's more proactive and can reason about tasks independently of human interventions. So now we are seeing this AI agents which can book tickets. You just tell them, hey, I want to fly to Chennai to Delhi on 10th January 2025. These are my preferences, find me flights. It will go through all the booking tools. It will know all the behavior. It will do all those things by itself. That's the agents, right? So we have entered into that era right now. Now, it's a fantastic tool, right? I think this is one of the finest inventions we have done, right? From time and time again, we have made great leaps of invention in technology. Whether it's making wheels or languages, printing press, electricity, computers, internet, right? But this one is something that will also surpass all that, and the best part, the benefits it's been bringing is absolutely amazing. So we have seen, in the state of Tamil Nadu itself, TNEJ itself had a tool called eParway, which has been a phenomenal tool. I have been telling about this eParway program in every venue I speak, right? How can you bridge the gap? For example, in India, we have a huge problem, that is accessibility to healthcare, right? Access to healthcare. Our doctors are mostly focused in urban area, and in rural area, we keep seeing, right, people not having good hospitals or good healthcare facilities. So these kind of tools can bridge that gap, right? Now, with many tools, the tools that can identify cataract or diabetic retinopathy, you don't need an eye doctor, or tools like a Niramai, a Bangalore-based startup, which is a non-invasive breast cancer diagnostic. You don't need to go to big cities to diagnose. You can have a basic medical professional come with these tools and make assessment in villages or wherever you are. So that's amazing. And similarly with farming, right? We have examples of Vadwani AI working with the cotton farmers in Maharashtra. Across India, there are so many use cases where AI has been used to, I mean, even in here, I think I started from Chennai, if I'm correct, called Aqua Connect, which works with shrimp farmers. So it's been the chemistry between IoT, AI has been phenomenal in terms in agriculture and education. Like I can go on the amazing ability of AI to change the world, but that's not my job. So I will go to the three bad sides of AI and why we need to address it, right? So first is the ethical issues here. Now, if AI is so amazing, then why some of these issues are happening? So I will take you through some of these things, right? So a few years back, Amazon came up with a recruitment tool. They decided, you know what? We are going to train this tool on the best engineers we had in our company, and it will decide who to hire. And guess what happened? It started hiring only white male. The reason behind it was trained on the white male CVs, and it was looking at patterns that might be beyond what we can think. Similarly, Combus was a parole a tool that was helping judges in US to allocate parole for prisoners. Now it gives you a risk score, and it was giving a risk score like a 3 out of 10 for white men who has done armed assault with automated weapon, while giving black men who got arrested for possession of marijuana 9. So we have seen that there's a very good expose of Combus by ProRepublica. You can read about it. We have seen Boeing 737. It's not exactly AI, but similar thing. We have seen how Google's AI was labeling black people as monkeys and chimpanzees. We have seen this use case, like when Facebook translated a good morning message of a Palestinian gentleman standing in front of a bulldozer as attacked them. He got arrested. He got prosecuted really bad. He has to go undergo so many treatment, all because of a wrong translation. Why these things are happening? Why is, like I said before, why can't AI generate a malnutritioned white kid? Why is that? Can anyone have an answer why AI is behaving like this? So now I will take you to another story. Okay, I want to talk about a horse now. I know we are talking about AI, but I want to talk about a horse that lived in 1910, 1912, owned by this gentleman, William van Osten. He was a gym teacher and a mathematician and an animal trainer, a lot of impressive CV. Now, this horse called Hans, it has a wonderful ability. Hans could, back then, it could solve mathematical problems. Do you have pets in your home? Please raise a hand. Who has pets in their homes? Right, right. Does your pet solve mathematical problems? No. But Hans could. If you ask Hans what is 6 plus 10, it will indicate a 16. Or what is 4 plus 7? 11. Now this was revolutionary. People started to think maybe we are getting things about animals wrong. They may be smarter than what we think. And this guy was a celebrity, and people started to flock from different parts of Europe to Germany, where this horse was, to meet this horse. But there was this guy called Oscar Fungst, a psychologist. He wasn't convinced. There is something wrong, something fishy. So he started observing Hans over and over again, and he realized one thing. So how Hans worked was, Hans get a question and it will give answer through its movement of his hoofs, numbers and all. It can't speak, as we all know. So one day our psychologist observed that Hans only answers questions to which the master knows the answers. So if William van Osten doesn't know answer of what is 30 into 47, Hans didn't want to know. Right? So now there is a breakthrough and realize Hans didn't know mathematics. Hans didn't know a clue what was going on. It was just observing the micro expressions of its master and imitating it. That's exactly what today's AI is. And that's why it is observing all the mannerisms of us, all the racism, bigotry, the bad things and the good things. And that's how we have AIs which are biased, AIs which are unreliable, and that's why we don't have malnutrition white children's image in Midjourney or ChatGPT. And see, and we've been using facial recognition everywhere. Digiyatra, I mean, I use it regularly, right? And many cases, we are, again, last time when we had Kumbh Mela, we used AI for crowd management. This year also we are using. But we have from time and time again, studies over and over again is proving that the facial recognition systems are not accurate, these AI-powered systems. Then what happened? People get, so there are many incidents of people getting wrongfully convicted for murder because of facial recognition gone wrong. And imagine how much they had to fight to prove their innocence. Now, what is happening is we have this general tendency to believe that if it's done by machine, it's error-free. It has some more authority, right, than done by a human. So why are we using these tools which we just saw that Google's systems were identifying black people as chimpanzee? We have seen that many of the facial recognition tools doesn't work well on people in different races, especially people with black and Latinos. Yet we use these tools for policing and crowd management, and people are getting wrongfully acquitted and their lives are ruined. Now, second part is this huge Pandora's box we opened with generative AI. I want to show this video. Okay, this is a video, but it won't play. Now, that gentleman there is an Ukrainian huge army general. This is a Russian newscaster. Now, if you remember, last year, there was a terrorist attack in Moscow. I think 100, 200 people were killed, unfortunately. And the attack was carried out by IS Khorasan, ISIS, the whatever version of ISIS that exists right now. We knew all those things, but the Russian television broadcasts this version of the news, where an Ukrainian general is claiming to take credit for that attack. So in this video, the Ukrainian general is saying, we did the attack. But guess what? It was a deep fake. A deep fake broadcasted in Russian public television to gain more traction for the Russia's war in Ukraine. That is just the tip of iceberg, right? We have seen time and time again. I couldn't fit all these things in the slide. Last 1 year, me and some of our colleagues, we tracked how AI has been misused in elections. AI has been used in political agenda. Right, it's scary what they have done in Indonesia, in Slovakia, even in countries like that, in Mongolia, out of all countries, right? Misinformation has been spread. And we know once misinformation, whether it's generated by AI or not, once it's on social media platform, it's just go viral. It's just, we can't stop it. And today, I think just before I'm getting onto the stage, I just read the news that Mark Zuckerberg said they are going to stop fact checkers on Meta's platform. When we have this kind of misinformation, it came out and said, no, we don't want fact checkers. I think that has a lot to do with now he's pandering to Trump or whatever is happening. Okay, that's all politics. Now, this is the other problem, right? Why we have built this amazing tool, and now we have to deal with all these kind of troubles, right? And yeah, there are good things as well. I mean, I don't know how many of you have seen. There is this online website called covers.ai. I don't know who built it. It came just before the elections, the parliament elections. You can upload any audio file into that site, and it will give you in Narendra Modi's voice, or Prime Minister's voice, Rahul Gandhi's voice, or few other political leaders. But I loved it. I made all my favorite song in Narendra Modi's voice. It's amazing to listen. But I don't know, somebody started doing that, and all these Modi songs became viral on Instagram. And so somehow the threat that website would have posted kind of got diluted. Now, I was thinking, who in their right mind will do something like that during an election year? Why are they not thinking about the consequences of building a tool and putting it out for public? Now, other part of the societal impact is jobs. I know this is where I get a bad rap. I'm a person who keeps saying AI will take jobs. So there are there are these three lies I used to say when I was working in my previous jobs and other areas where my job was to promote AI, right? One is AI is going to create more jobs. Two is AI, a person without AI will be created with a person by an AI. And three is you need to upskill, reskill to survive in the world of AI. But the reality is, according to Goldman Sachs, 300 million jobs are exposed to AI. If you look at the latest report from IMF, 60% jobs in developed nations are under threat from AI, while 40% jobs in, let's say, developing economies are under threat by AI, right? Because, yeah, a big chunk of us still work in India's largest job sector is still agriculture, farming, right? So this is a real threat, right? So if we know, we have seen. So I come from Kerala, a state where we had Communist Party and trade unions striked against computers when it was coming to the banks. So I've been working on a book, and the last few months I have read every single report on AI and jobs, and I'm sorry to say the picture is bleak. Now, I have some statistics I kept. I think I removed it last minute because it was too pessimistic. But why this is happening is because most of the today's white collar work involves language-based tasks, which can be done by language models, right? I personally, there are instances where I had to stop hiring. There are instances where whole industry is disappearing from India. For example, when I was studying, I'm an alumnus of Loyola College. When I was a student there in the year 2005, and of course I was a Brock student like many of us, I used to work in a call center. You remember, I don't know how many of you remember, the call center culture just came in. You have people working in this fancy places back then like Sutherland, or all night you will be picked up by Taveras. You will go into the call center and you will see all these guys, wearing the tie, putting the tie on the shoulder and smoking cigarette, right? And had a tea in their hand, like the call center culture. And I was working, one of the people who worked there part-time during my studies. And one of the segments that came as aligned was medical transcription services, right? There are a whole bunch of people, in places like Bangalore who sits and shadows doctors. They type it out. And do you know how many of these companies are still existing? There's a severe decline in the medical transcript industry. Many of these organization hasn't fired their employees, most of them yet, but they have completely fired their HR teams. They have completely fired the recruitment teams. So this lead to a question, right? What is going to happen to the jobs? What kind of jobs will exist in the coming years, right? So first, it's a funny thing. I've been talking and interviewing people who are expert in. Okay, it's already. I have a reminder for 15 minutes. Okay. So I will. Is the time up? Okay, I will wrap up. So I have a few more slides. Okay. So yeah. So that's the other thing. Now I will move to accountability gaps. What happens when something goes wrong? So every time when I'm in how do I say, a forum or working on a report or something, always when you bring the question of accountability, I get attacked. No, that you can't put blame on tech companies, you can't put blame on developers. So these are some of the challenges we need to address. Now, yes, I will wrap up. Now, the biggest question: how we will go forward? Now, our Honorable Chief Minister and the Minister for IT said how much Tamil Nadu has progressed in the field of AI. But what I am saying is, like our Chief Minister said, Tamil Nadu has been historically being a torchbearer in many areas, right? Tamil Nadu has created new paths. The interesting thing is Tamil Nadu is one of the first states in the world to come up with an AI procurement policy. I don't know if it's still there, but it did. So that's what I'm saying. We should focus on human-centric AI, which will empower people, which respects values, which we discuss, strengthens society, and ensures accountability and operates with transparency. Now, how do we ensure that? So there is something called frameworks and regulations. So many of you might have known about EU's AI Act. White House came out with a statement. A Bletchley Declaration on AI safety happened. So every country, many of the countries are working on AI Safety Institute. OECD's AI principles, which I was the part of the team which added human rights into it. There is Global Partnership on AI, World Economic Forum, G20, UNESCO, the UN Secretary General's Tech Envoys team, IEEE, all working to figure out frameworks, regulations, standards, and things like that. And another thing I believe is in multi-stakeholder efforts. So what we do with Mozilla do is we create this program called Responsible Computing Challenge, where we work with universities to rethink how AI and computer science should be taught in these colleges. So I will be happy to speak about these things after after my time is over. Okay, now the slides are gone. Okay, I don't know if you guys black me out, but oh yeah, no, that's how the slide. Okay, that's a slide. Okay, so I will just finish by saying the best and the worst part about AI is we don't know what is going to happen tomorrow, right? We had no idea when we thought that machine learning and whatever we were dealing with in 2020 was the cutting edge. ChatGPT came, right? And language models came. Now agents came. So in September 11, 1933, Ernest Rutherford, the famous chemist, said that anyone who looks for source of power in the transformation of atom is taking moonshine. Essentially, he's saying it's impossible to make power by splitting atoms. Next day, this gentleman invented neutron-induced nuclear chain reaction, or which led to nuclear fusion. The next day. So yeah, so responsible AI isn't about slowing down innovation. It's about ensuring it benefits everyone. So I will stop now. Thank you very much. I thought I had 25 minutes.
All right, so thank you, Mr. Jibu Ilyas, for setting the tone for the event. Thanks a lot. I request you to please stay back on stage. May I request Ms. Vishnupriya, Deputy Collector, TNEGA, to felicitate our speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause. Thank you once again. Thank you. The next is going to be the panel discussion on the topic Scaling AI for Impact, Strategies for Enterprise Growth and Innovation. And we do have our speakers and moderator. We request the moderator, Dr. Subramani Ramakrishnan, VP, UPS India Technology Center, to please join here on stage. Dr. Subramani Ramakrishnan is the Vice President of the UPS India Technology Center, where he oversees the development of advanced technology solutions to improve logistics and supply chain operations. With more than 20 years of experience in technology and innovation, he focuses on areas such as artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, and automation to drive efficiency and growth. And our speakers are, for this particular panel discussion, Mr. Farhan Ahmed, Global CIO, Gabriel Inc., to please join here on stage. Mr. Farhan Ahmed, a renowned leader in innovative technology solutions with a career spanning over 2 decades, he has established himself as a visionary in digital transformation. And our next speaker is Mr. Debasis Panda, Head of TransUnion. Mr. Debasis Panda serves as the head of TransUnion, where he leads with the vision to drive innovation and deliver value in the field of credit reporting and financial services. And we do have the last speaker for this particular panel discussion, Mr. Hari Subramanian, MD, Colruyt India, a business transformation leader with more than 25 years of experience spanning diverse industries and multiple geographies. Hari's style of leadership and focus on people have enabled to build high-performing teams and sustainable organizations. Now for this particular panel discussion, I request all of you to please join with me in welcoming the moderator and also the speakers on stage.
Should this be on as well? Okay. Very good morning, and first of all, congratulations. to each one of you because you made it despite the traffic. Okay, because that's we were close to missing Hari and myself because we were pretty much stuck for an hour just on the traffic on the road, hardly 500 meters away from this facility. Maybe that's one problem that we need to see if AI can solve. Right. So first of all, I would like to thank the Tamil Nadu State Government, the Ministry of IT, Digital Services, and LCOT, and all the organizers for putting this together, because this clearly puts Chennai and Tamil Nadu on a nice platform, and which is very much required for the state as well to brand ourselves as an AI destination. Right, and there was one on a lighter note. One of them was saying, AI is very much part of Chennai. It's Chen AI, right? so that's what it is, and we are seeing a lot of MNCs, at least 135 of the 500 Fortune 500 companies have set up their shops here, and all of us are embracing AI, and there is a lot of talent out here, and it's very interesting and engaging to see a lot of engineering students as well in the crowd. We have an eminent panel today, and let me tell you, you can't get a diverse panel like this, right? So we have Deb heading TransUnion and from the financial markets, right? Credit scores and financial markets and all that. Then we have Hari from Colorado, where it's on the retail space, right? And then Farhan, leading Gabriel as the global CIO, and they are a leading American jewelry brand, right? So you can't have such a diverse panel anywhere. So I sincerely thank all of them for making time. And let me introduce the topic, and then we will get on to the questions, and I'll also take a seat there. Myself, I'm Subbu. I head UPS Technology Center, and one of the youngest GCCs, a Fortune 40 company, because I have to introduce this company, and that's one of the reasons why I'm not wearing a blazer, so that you see this logo. Because to many of them, when I say UPS, they say, is it the battery? Right? Because so that's what we all know as UPS, but this is United Parcel Service, a Fortune 40 company. We move about 20 million parcels every day, or 2% of the world's GDP. Right? So that's what we do, present in 200 countries, a 5 lakh workforce, a $90 billion plus company, a 118-year young company. And while we are logistics, at the heart of it, we are a technology company. That's a 1 minute, advertisement on my company, right? So let's talk on the AI and why now, right? And it's a nice topic. It's scaling for impact, right? Scaling AI for impact. And for the students, who all are excited, and some of you as parents also, we would have been at the crossroads, or some of you who have a 12th standard kid at home, we are at the crossroads which branch to choose, right, for engineering. Most of them by default end up in engineering, and it's not the question of whether computer science or mechanical or whatever. In computer science, what to choose, right? Because almost 300 plus colleges in the state are offering computer science with specialization in AI and ML or AI and data science, right? So we really don't know. And then of course, cybersecurity, business systems, and 10 or 15 specializations are there in computer science. So we are all embracing this, but AI is not new. I was with IBM earlier for about 26 years. So this was formally coined, artificial intelligence is a term, way back in 1956. Probably 70 years before anybody in the room was even born, right? So it's such an old topic, so why all this excitement? And this machine learning, if you think that's new, that's not new either, right? So one of the IBMer, I'm proud to say that Arthur Samwell, he coined this way back in 1959, right? So, and then throughout the 1960s, we call it as the golden age. And those of you who follow this Gartner hype, you see this, right? So this was a hyped up thing even then. In the 1960s, so you had, Eliza, our earliest chatbot in the 60s and all of that. So there's a lot of things happening in the 1960s. And then comes the AI winter, as they say. This may be of interest to the students. The 70s and 80s, right? So it completely kind of subsided. Industries were scaling back their investments because they thought it was all promising a lot but not delivering. Government were scaling back their investments and all that. But then today, it's a completely different situation, right? never would have thought that a government would sponsor, an exclusive, stream on AI the whole day, right? So there is a lot of interest, not just from the government, and it's so much so that on a lighter note, even our Prime Minister remarked this in the Parliament of US, right? He said the world is watching AI very closely. One is artificial intelligence, and another is America and India, right? So it has captured the imagination of pretty much everybody around the world, right? So now that we know there are a lot of this interest, people are lapping up this like anything, right? So if you look at it, some of the examples that we may know very closely from an adoption perspective, to get 1 million subscribers, I'm sure you know this, Netflix took about 3.5 years, Twitter about 2 years, Facebook 10 months, Dropbox 7 months, Spotify 5 months, Insta 2.5 months, and guess what for ChatGPT? 5 days, right? So there is so much of excitement. So today, there are interesting applications, there are interesting POCs, but are they scaling up? So that's the context of it. With that, we will move into the discussion. So maybe, is it overhyped? Is it going to deliver the promises? We will hear from the industry leaders, right? So we will start with that. So maybe, I have a couple of questions as a leading question to each one of them, and then probably this intelligent crowd can shoot questions to them, and we'll be happy to take that. Yeah. So with that, let me open the discussion. Maybe with Deb, if you're okay. Maybe we can introduce your organization and then share with us, as a business leader, what considerations do you have, when you want to adopt AI and scale it up from a business perspective and reduce your risk?
So first of all, thank you, Subbu, for a very elaborate and a very context setting in terms of what the agenda is for today, right? And thanks to the Tamil Nadu government for setting this up, for all of you here, and for me being here, right? So as Subbu talked about, AI has been there forever, right? It's artificial intelligence. When humans apply intelligence to artificial things, it automatically becomes AI, right? But over the last couple of years, there has been a significant increase. Before that, a little bit about organization, let me tell that. I missed that introduction part. So we are TransUnion, for which we work for. And TransUnion, as many of you are knowing or will know, is more about a credit information company which is more into providing credit reports. And it enables all of you to be part of the financial inclusion as you move forward, right? So it's an informations and insights company which has been there for the last 50 years across the globe with 12,000 associates, over 30 markets or 30 countries. And recently, over the last couple of years, we have also expanded ourselves in technology and data to fraud analytics. With so much of digital fraud happening, we are there. We are into marketing analytics. We are into consumer analytics. So a lot of things we have expanded into in the data world, right? And in India, we have around 4,000 plus associates working here. And Chennai is our biggest center. Of the 4 centers we have from a GCC standpoint, we have a business in Mumbai. We are present in Bangalore. We are present in Hyderabad, Pune, and Chennai. Now, back to the AI topic. So when we look over the last 2 years, and there has been a proliferation in the focus on AI. It's a trend. It's a trend which is going to change how businesses operate, exactly like how internet came a few years back or a few decades back. Now, every other year or in every single day, if you look at over the last couple of years, the Gen AI models, the language models have been getting developed every single day or every other day, right? So a lot of focus is there at this point of time. As Subbu told, even ChatGPT and Copilot, they are only a year and a half old, but every single person who is in technology now leverages it one way or the other. So a lot is happening on that. Now the important piece is whether it is hyped up or whether we can scale it And if we scale it, how do we scale it, right? That's the most important thing. So definitely, I will say the way AI is going, or the Gen AI is happening, it is going to be a gold rush for sure for the next many years, right? And when we look at it, what are the considerations and how it is going to happen? It's how you look at it. So I'll dissect it in a couple of aspects, right? For example, every organization needs to have a AI strategy as you move from your POCs or you move from your pilots and try to build up large scale rollouts, right? So it needs to have a strategy which has to have as simple as a business strategy. It is not just technology. We have to understand AI is actual business, how we do business, how we operate business. That's the important piece, right? So that's one important thing we need to understand as we scale it up. It's not like we are rolling out a technology. The second piece which goes in anything is execution, right? So when we look at AI, how quickly you can execute. There is a good probability if you execute fast and your industry is not ready to it, then you may fail. So when we look at it, I will say whether if it's a pharma industry or if it's a credit industry or if it's a parcel, the logistics industry, the potential for AI being accelerated there is fast. For the other pieces, if we look at some other industry, for the pharma industry, it will be extremely fast in drug discovery. But for some industries which are more steady, AI has to be done in a steady way, right? So the way you execute is important. The speed with which you execute is important, right? The third piece I will say on terms of considerations will be, it is not like a project or a program, right? AI is something which is like, just like technology or, for example, business. It is a continuous thing, right? You don't finish a AI project and move on. It is a part of your business process. It will be part of your workflows and it will continue to do that, right? So these are important considerations, and how you reach there, of course, with all the security, all the protections which has to be there. It is all about how we generate the talent and be a leader like this. I mean, we have gone through various phases. We have gone through Y2K, we have gone through .com, we have gone through all the moves into how the e-commerce happens. Everything has happened, right? So this is the next phase, but this is a more longer phase, just like the e-commerce or all that panned out, right? So that's how I look at it.
Thank you, Deb. Very similar question, but my request to Farhan and Hari is, if you can make it real for our audience as well, right? So maybe you can introduce your organization and then share your perspectives and make it a little real with some examples, where you have adopted AI in your organization. Thank you.
Sure. So good morning, everyone. And thank you, Subbu and Deb, for setting the context. So I'm Farhan. I lead technology globally for a leading American jewelry brand. Not many people know us in India, but we're primarily US-centered, but we are a pretty well-known brand in the US. And I've been leading a technology office of this brand in Chennai for the last 3 years. So yeah, I think AI is something not new, right? I mean, a lot of us have been working in AI. A lot of us have been using AI, I mean, for decades, etc., right? I mean, I'm sure most of you, a lot of you have used Google Maps since when? I think 15 years ago, etc., and all of them have been driven by AI. So what actually changed, right? So what actually changed was in November last year, in 2023, with the launch of OpenAI, what really took place was the democratization of AI, right? Now AI, as had happened with internet in the late 90s and the early 2000s, AI now became at the hands of the common people, right? And that's what is the new revolution. And as people famously say, the world as we knew it before November 2023 is different from the world after that. So that's the new world that we are all living in. And as technology leaders, right, obviously there's a lot of interest in what AI can do for the business. And as Subbu said, it's time now to see what business impact AI can make. Because I think there's a lot of hype, right? Obviously, any new technology comes, there's a lot of hype around how we should be using it, etc. But how is business using it? Is business deriving the value, etc.? So maybe I'll talk about our journey from a luxury goods and jewelry industry perspective. So the luxury goods and jewelry industries are generally, I would say, laggards, I mean, in technology adoption. I mean, as compared to some of my previous stints in pharma and FMCG, who are more aggressive partakers of technology, etc. The luxury goods and etc. are slightly laggard because they believe in luxury. They, a lot of times they believe in handcrafted luxury, right? So technology is something slightly on the back burner, but all of this changed with COVID, right? COVID really redefined the entire supply chain. Suddenly 85% of decision making for buying a jewelry happened online. So people eventually bought from the stores, but decision making digitally was happening online. So digital adoption accelerated in this industry a lot. And I think I remember end of 2023 getting panic calls from my CEO saying, hey, what do we do? I mean, this looks pretty disruptive, OpenAI. I mean, is this going to put me out of business? So those were the kind of concerns and questions they had, right? And plus the employees themselves had questions. I mean, especially some of the transactional teams. I mean, what would be the impact of AI on our jobs? So we've seen now 1.5 years of AI adoption. And I think some few key lessons here. I think one is data. Data is very key, right? I mean, you can keep building AI models in your organization, but without a robust data platform underneath it, with data quality, none of your AI models will generate results which your business will appreciate. So we've had to face a lot of challenges on this because we started rolling out few AI solutions and we realized the output was not to the business expectation. So we had to really take a step back, focus on building data foundation platforms, focus on data quality improvements before jumping on that. So my recommendation to all of you, right, and even to the student community is, don't just focus on the glitzy part of AI, right? I mean, the foundational stuff, which is around data engineering, building data platforms, still remains as important as it was before 2023. So that's one thing. The second thing is, second recommendation to the people here would be to start simple. Right? I mean, I know there are a lot of complex use cases which all of us love working on, but I think maybe we started off with very simple use cases like chatbots to improve customer service efficiency. And today, 40% of all our customer service queries are automatically being handled by AI chatbots, which is helping us save time. Now we are looking into getting into more complex use cases like designing jewelry using AI. So imagine a scenario where jewelry stores no longer have to carry inventory, right? Because carrying inventory is an expensive proposition, and also in the case of jewelry industry is a security risk also, because you're exposing your shops, etc., to thefts, etc. So imagine you as a customer go to a jewelry store with a design in mind, right? You want to purchase an anniversary gift for your wife, and you have a photo or a design in mind, and you along with the retailer design your jewelry, and then that jewelry then gets converted to an order, and within 2 to 3 days it gets shipped out to you. So that's the future in which we are looking at moving this industry towards. And AI is definitely one of the things we are looking at as an advanced use cases. So that's where I would end. I mean, I would say focus on the basics. Data engineering, data quality, data foundations still remain very relevant. And then start with low-hanging fruits, and then look at more advanced use cases as you go down the line.
Okay, thank you, Farhan. And Hari, you have a very colorful profile, I should say, in the sense, varied industries, retail and investments and all that. And since you're also handling the VC investments bit of it, you can also add light from the other perspective on, where do you see this? And maybe also introduce your organization as well, please. Yeah.
Thank you, Subbu. So quick about Colruyt Group. It's a Belgian headquartered food and grocery retailer. It's a 11 billion group with business activities in Western Europe. And also it's a family held publicly listed company. See, the family is also very active in private equity investments. So in India, we have a GCC in Hyderabad, and we started the second center in Coimbatore quite recently. So close to about 900 people. And next to that, we also have invested and committed a little more than around 900 crores in India in private equity investments, which is also part of the VC investments that we did it. So why we did it, I'll come to that. So to the couple of use cases where really we have seen value, So I'll put it into two bases. One, you have your analytical AI and then your generative, because generative AI pretty much came quite recently, but the analytical AI has been there around for a very long time, even before we use the word AI. But a lot of our use cases on our deep learning, machine learning, as we have been doing it for ages. Even your best softwares today has been built even before some of the AIs even were in place. So where two areas where we use it quite extensively is, as a retail store, sales forecast is a very important aspect. We have about 700 supermarkets. So you need to do a sales forecasting and a predictive analysis. So there we use machine learning quite extensively for the last 5-10 years. Even during COVID time is a very beautiful use case. After the COVID time, how are we going to predict the market? What's going to happen, what people are going to consume and what they're going to do. So there we used substantially AI a lot in the more than I would say more machine learning and your Python was used extensively to build those models and algorithms. So that's where we used a lot. And for retailer, two things, which is very important for retailers, when you have out of stock or overstock, like you talked about the inventory, both are very important. Out of the stock, then you are impacting your revenue. And overstock is impacting your cost. So both are very important aspects, both your top line and bottom line. So these two areas where the earlier models, what you developed, it has come a lot better. The models have evolved a lot better, where we're able to do much prediction these days. So that's where we use AI quite extensively. So there are many use cases I can talk about within our retail supply chain where we use AI. But now the new kid on the block is a Gen AI. Everybody talks about Gen AI. Where we do Gen AI or not. So Gen AI is a journey. We are evolving to learn what we can do with that. But we see a lot of opportunity today in Gen AI with our own co-workers to improve their efficiency. We have seen a lot. Still we are yet to see business use cases to succeed in scale with respect to Gen AI. But then we have looked at, for example, today, a lot of our programmers, they've started using Gen AI. We use Copilot. We use Copilot today. So all our developers have a Copilot, and most of the central offices people, we have a Copilot, which we use it for people, the co-worker using for code generation, reverse engineering, for developing their use cases and everything. So I wouldn't call it that we have reached like a 30-40%, but I think we are able to get a 10 to 15% actually efficiency gain, which is quite substantial. But if you just put things into perspective, in India, if we have around 5 million developers and we can gain a 10% efficiency, which is we are talking about massive numbers here. We are talking about, then what do we do about that? So from that point of view, both from analytical AI, many use cases in retail, and Gen AI, we are in the journey of it. We have used it for our own internal purpose, which is purely efficiency, but we have to see how we can translate into customer experiences, what it means to revenue and sales. So that's something we have to see from how we leverage Gen AI on that. To the question from Subbu on the investments, okay, so I will not talk about our business investments, what we do, that is not the scope here, but we do invest in VC companies here. And why we invest in VC companies, because it's a clear choice. We feel that the speed in which the technology is changing, we will not be able to follow everything ourselves. We can't follow the change of technology. So we need to keep a pulse of what's happening around us. Let it be what use cases are there, how companies are adopting some of these technologies, and what our startups are doing with the technology. So we thought that I think by investing in the startup companies, we could probably work with them to actually work on a use case together with them. We have a lot of use cases in computer vision. So we can't do everything. So we thought maybe can we work with some of the startups on some of the computer vision use cases or Gen AI use cases. It's a way for us to give them a market access. At the same time, we can also learn from them. So it's both benefit actually. So that's why we also invest in VC companies in India. So quick, yeah.
Thanks, Hari. I think the first set of leading questions, we got a good perspective, from each one of them. For example, Dave was talking about AI is not just technology, but it's all about business. And how do you take it? And more importantly, the timing of it, right? Are you ahead of the market or are you at the right time? And then Farhan touched upon AI in the hands of common man and talked about, and that's interesting use case where it has given some ideas, hopefully for some of them who are planning an anniversary gift, if you can design your own jewelry, right? So that's a cool thing. And then thanks to you, Hari, as well on, you touched upon the sales forecast, which is something that we are also trying in UPS on, because every day we deliver about 20 million parcels, but God knows what is going to land up in our network, right? So how do we do some, predictive stuff over there? So that's very interesting. Now, whenever we talk about any technology, particularly like AI, one of the questions that comes immediately is on the ethics around it, right? So can I request maybe Dave, if you can start on, how critical are these, privacy and ethical AI considerations as organizations look at scaling it up?
Sure. So when we look at AI and we deploy it in the market, right? It's more about leveraging data, deriving insights out of the data, which can be predictive or which can be analytic, right? And it is extremely important in today's data world. How do you ensure the constraints of privacy? How do you ensure the constraints of safety? How do you ensure that we are ethically right? For example, if I look at data which is safety, everything what we do, we should be very clear that it is inclusive of everything. So that considerations have to be taken care of. Now, if I'm looking at privacy, right? If some of the applications are using your data and based on that, we are trying to get outcomes or insights out of it. It is extremely important that you are aware of it. Your approvals are there in place so that the data which we are using is clearly driven by the kinds of the security. Ethical considerations are extremely important as well. For example, in the pharma world, if you look at a drug discovery, where the clinical trials are going to happen, who are the people who are going to be part of that clinical trial, what are the consequences of that, how do we ensure ethical standards are there. So that's also important. The other piece is about accountability there, right? For example, if I'm using a Gen AI model and there are issues around it or there are consequences around that, where do I go, whom I reach out to? So privacy, security, safety, transparency so that it is communicated, people sign up for it, and of course accountable. These are extremely important pieces because as we talked about, AI is not technology. Technology is a big component of it, but AI is all about how businesses operate, how businesses enable trust, and how businesses are able to organize themselves, right? In those things, these are extremely important considerations. Every single AI case you see touches humans, and all these are very important part of how you conduct business.
Thank you, Dave. Farhan, maybe you can add on that, the same question, if you have some perspectives to offer. And then in addition, as a global CIO, when you implement say AI or any of these technology solutions, how would you measure the impact for the business? How do you measure the business impact? Any thoughts around that?
Sure. So maybe I'll address the ethics and privacy part first. So one of the concerns, right, about AI models obviously run on data, and you have to train AI models to learn, right? And when you train AI models, you have to feed them with data which is very specific to your organization, etc. So for example, if I have to train my data on my organization, maybe I need to feed it with my design patterns, with the standards of my jewelry, etc. And as a result of which, if I do not put the proper safeguards in place, these could be easily replicated and copied, etc., when someone else is trying to use the same AI backend. Obviously, from a creative industry perspective, with respect to IP, etc., it's very important that proper guardrails are put in place. Legislations in AI are still evolving, and I think a lot of governments are still working in defining proper policies around this. So it's essential that we as organizations take care of that. And privacy is also very important because, as Dev was mentioning, especially in industries like pharma, etc., where we deal with sensitive information like patient records, etc., it becomes a more critical consideration. So privacy and both ethics are important. Coming to the second question, which is a very interesting question because that's something I'm often asked when I try to go for new investments by my CFO and CEO on what would be the return of investments on some of these AI initiatives. So I think first of all, general investment in AI and data, etc., has to be looked at it in a slightly different angle by the finance community also. And if there are any CFOs in the audience, just a message to you. So, because initially to set up AI and to work on it, right, you would need to invest in infrastructure, in data, etc., right, which would have cost implications. And the returns would not be immediate, right? The returns would only come after your model gets trained, after it kind of, over a period of time, starts delivering results to you, and only that. So for example, one example Hari was also mentioning is like a sales recommendation tool that we tend to make, which is one of a very common traditional AI use case, where we tend to predict what a sales rep should be selling in a retail outlet. Now, initially, if we try to put AI models there, the results might not be accurate, but over a period of time, the AI model will learn and then generate those results, which will make an impact to your top line. So long-term ROI and long-term impact view is necessary when you're looking at any kind of investments in these data and AI area.
Thanks, Varun. That's very thoughtful because it's not that it's going to yield something in this quarter or next quarter, right? So we need to take a long-term view on some of these particularly AI. Thanks for that. Hari, would you like to add on this?
See, we are actually, since most of our business is in Europe, we are very GDPR compliant. So it's, if you aren't heard, you just go Google and search for GDPR. You know, it's the data privacy regulations. We are very well compliant. So that gives us a very good taxonomy and nomenclature and governing process on what we have to do. It's very detailed out. And that's why India is also trying for DPDP and different things, which is also doing it. So that is one from an what you're enforced as an organization to follow. But then it is also the culture of the company, what you build in terms of how you become responsible in actually using your customer data and people data. So that's also a cultural aspect. I think that has to be built more inside out. So it's one is a compliance, another is more an culture. So I think both have to go hand in hand. So that's from the ethics point of view, I would say. And then the other question was about the measuring. Yes, good. See, for me, AI is another tool, just like in any other tool. You know, right from we have been from old days. We have been doing things from Excel, or you're using your Java, or it can be your enterprise suites or different things. We are using different tools to meet our business needs. So I look at technology as a means to an end, but there's no goal to have a technology as a goal by itself, because we are not developing LLM models ourselves. We are more consumers of that to meet our business goals. So that's how I look at it. So impact use case measurement for me of AI is no different from any other business solution in the past, because we start with a business benefit map. You know, we look at, is there a benefit to do this project? By doing this benefit, by leveraging this technology A or B or C, whether you have the benefit. So we follow the same way. So it's nothing very different. So every project should have a business use case, which is about having the benefit. So without the benefit, there's no need of doing it. So the problem, the many or where hopefully we will not end up is that we don't end into the rat race and say everybody wants to do that, and then we start really losing the edge out of it. So I think making that differentiation of understanding AI at the senior executive level, having the foundation blocks, building blocks ready, and then having a return on investment, having budget ready, and then having a commitment are very important to in this journey of the AI. So from that actually helps to build the business case actually for doing the AI project.
Okay. Thanks, Hari. And that's a nice perspective, because while there are regulatory stuff, it's more a culture when it comes to ethics. So we have another 10 minutes. So probably I would open the floor. So if there are any questions for any of the panelists, I would request the mic to be passed. If you can stand up, please. We'll get them.
Hello. Thank you very much. I'm Deepak coming from Comcast. So, in a long term, when the solutions are ready to, I won't say replace, to put it into the production and be ready for it, what is the kind of strategy that as a C-level executives you will have to replace a person or replace a team, and also to consider more ethically whether we will go by the plan for them to put it into some other work, or are we going to replace them completely by the solutions that is developed by the own team? First question. And the second question is on the data privacy. 2 years ago, the UK, EU, they came up with their guidelines. And then last year, US came up with their own guidelines. And 3 years before, India Data Protection Act 2019 or 18, they came up with their own guidelines. And when we compare all these three, there are overlaps and we do differ. The most of the AI related works or the dev activities or the technical works are going from India, from my perspective. So we are the ones who are more indulged in the technical aspects. So we are using it. And what is the guideline that we follow? And we are working for the UK US clients. So when we feed the data, are we going to proportionate more on the India Protection Act, Data Protection Act, or the GDPR, or UK EU? So these are the two questions.
Okay, so let me take the first one. Two questions always make me forget the other question. So initially, what was that you talked about a little?
Will AI replace humans?
So when you look at the technology advancements, every single time it has happened, there is always a huge change, right? And how do we manage the change and impact is important. AI is never going to replace humans. So when computers came, computers were more about computation. And now computers are moving more into cognition, which is more about thinking. So we are moving from computation to cognition, if you ask. And every single thinking is driven by a thought which is invoking that, right? For example, if you want to build an algo and you want to get results out of it, the inputs are always given by humans which drive it. So it'll make us more efficient. It'll make us more effective. But like any major change which is going to happen, call it internet, call it even nuclear energy, how we are able to regulate it is more important to drive the best out of it. Everything has a little side to it. So I feel like it's like this, right? If you take a Formula One racing, right? And in a racing, cars will take over the other car to win the race. And that happens mostly in the turns. They never overtake you in a straight road, right? They will overtake you in the turns, which is the most riskiest part and which is fraught with risks. So how do we manage that is important. To me, AI is going to increase efficiencies to free up humans to work on more on the cognition side and drive that. That's the first thing. On the regulation standpoint, whether we call it GDPR, whether we call it DPDP, whether we call it other compliances, it is a way of countries and organizations figuring out from the past experience what needs to be protected. It has guardrails. And the data protection and privacy in one country compared to the other country, as they mature and develop, will not be significantly different. It'll be the same. DPDP is almost else a subset of GDPR at this point, whatever the first version has come out. So we have been able to do that GDPR compliance within a year for most of the organizations. So I think we'll continue to do our stuff in figuring out within the guardrails, and it's always good to have guardrails. And if those needs to be revised for the better of how we leverage AI, it will always happen. All said and done, I will say both are good to have because you need to have boundaries around which you need to operate, right? And both gives humans more opportunities. For example, the AIs where the organizations have already scaled out, the employees or the associates who were part in those business functions have gone either to increase the business productivity, business results out of those use cases, which makes them more competitive, which makes them more enhanced. So I feel like it's a great opportunity. Yes, the jobs which exist today will not exist 5 years down the line, but the jobs which will exist 5 years down the line are not existing today. Right? So you will evolve. And the same thing happens. The jobs which are 10 years before don't exist today. So it'll be an evolution, and the evolution will continue, right? So there's nothing, I think it's more to be excited about. It's about traversing through the unknown and driving it.
Yeah, so on to your first question, honestly, what will happen in the future, I don't know. See, so I can never predict the future, but I can look at based on the past, how we are operating. I think technology has been with us for a foreseeable future, and then as humans and technology machines, we have found a way to evolve together. So fundamentally things will change? I don't think so. I think both will coexist. I think we just have to find a way how we are going to adapt to that situation. I think it is going to be a way both will exist. So to your question on ethical thing about people and firing, that's a job of the organizations also. And also it's also the responsibility of the individuals as well. I wouldn't put it only on organization or people. Both have a responsibility. I think as an individual, we have a responsibility to learn and then adapt ourselves. What is going, we need to adapt. Same organizations have a responsibility on how to help in the change of that. So I think both have a role to play. And your second question, I will give in a different perspective. See, we are all democratic nations, but every democratic nation doesn't mean that everybody has the same policies. India will have a different policy, US will have a different policy, every EU country will have a different policy. We can't say that because everybody is democracy, everybody should have the same policy globally. And we can't also say that every tax should be, every country has their own tax policies. IFRS is there, Indian GAAP is there, US GAAP is there. Why? Underlying financials is the same, but everybody has it. So from a law of the land, I think everyone will have their own nuances. So that is going to exist. So what from India we will follow means, okay, whether we may be doing the development or not, but I think we need to follow the policy of the local country in which you're doing it. I think we may end up following some of the regulations in India. Also for your parent company, whichever headquarters you're doing, you may have to follow up. I think it will continue. I don't think we'll go towards, at least I don't see one globally. I don't see that happening actually. Yeah.
Okay. We have 2 more minutes. So probably one rapid fire to all the panelists. In the interest of the student community that is out here, what are the 2 things you think the student can do to get industry ready in this AI space?
So yeah, so for me, I think if you're a student, while yes, there are AI courses, etc., but don't forget that the foundation is mathematics and statistics. So make sure you have a fair sprinkling of maths and stats courses also, because that will help you become an AI engineer, because you also need to become a good data analyst. And plus, obviously, languages like Python, etc., are very important. So if you are asking for that, then that one. So I would say foundationally, maths and stats and some programming languages like Python would be good combinations for you to become more industry ready.
2 things for me. I studied civil engineering, okay, from the time. So I didn't get a seat to do computer science or electronics at that time. So I studied civil engineering. But then when I go back and reflect what has helped me, I think the foundations of engineering was more important. I think the analytical thinking is something which is far more important. Analytical thinking and problem solving skills, I find they are much more very relevant. I think maybe the technology will come, go, evolve, but I think the problem-solving skills and analytical skills, along with today with your prompting ability, I think those are things much more. You know, how you're going to prompt yourself to have the better output. I think these three things will be the one. So apart from that, I think picking the AI nuances, I'm not too worried about that. I think the underlying core engineering skills are more important. So that's my take on it.
Yeah, so for me, couple of things, right? So the first important thing is there is a lot of changes or noise around the world, right? Whether it's technology, job, anything. So all of you should define your focus, right? You should focus on something which is want to build on. The other piece is just not look at the process which is around technology or all that stuff, right? For me, it's important, and what I've seen is you need to understand, you need to have the W's always why you are doing this, when you are doing this, what is the reason you are doing this, which will give you answers in terms of understanding what you do. For example, the best developers are the people who are the best, who understand the business the best. They're always the best developers. The best salesmen are the people who understand the business the best. The best businessmen are the people who understand data the best. So it's essentially, if you want to be best, try to ask those questions, why, what, how. Your core may be a technologist, your core may be a business, but answering those questions makes you well-rounded. So focus on what you want to do. The world is a huge opportunity right now. AI will quantify. I mean, it's all futuristic, but I feel the number of jobs will significantly increase post-AI rather than reducing. And your ability to be there at the right time and excel will depend on how you are conditioning yourselves, right? So those are the two things I can advise.
Thank you. And that wraps up the panel discussion. And we have an eminent panel waiting as well for the next session. Thanks for being a wonderful audience. Thank you. And thanks, Dev, Farhan, and Hari for taking time and joining us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, speakers and the moderator, for the insightful session. Thanks a lot. And it is a great pleasure to have you all here and requesting you all to please stay back. May I request Mr. PWC Davidar, retired IAS advisor, TNEGA, to please join here to felicitate our speakers and the moderator on stage. Can I give a huge round of applause, please? So to the moderator here on stage, Dr. Subramani Ramakrishnan, VP, UPS India Technology Center. And also our speakers, Mr. Farhan Ahmed, Global CIO, Gabriel Inc., Mr. Debasis Panda, Head of TransUnion, Mr. Hari Subramanian, MD of Colruyt India. Please join your hands to appreciate the speakers and the moderators here on stage. Thank you so much, dignitaries. Thanks a lot. Thank you. So we are moving on to the next panel discussion on the topic, Next Gen Cybersecurity, the role of AI in the hyperconnected world. And may I request the moderator, Mr. Mayuran Paranichami, partner and head of data privacy Deloitte, to please join here on stage. Mr. Mayuran Palanichami is a partner and leader in digital privacy and trust at Deloitte. He is a recognized expert in helping organizations navigate the complexities of digital privacy, data security, and regulatory compliance. And we do have our speakers here. May I request Mr. Jagannath, Global DPO, LTI Mindtree, also to please join here on the dais. Mr. Jagannath is a versatile and a passionate data privacy and AI governance professional, currently playing the role of the Global Data Privacy Officer at LTI Mindtree, a $4+ billion organization spanning across 30+ countries. And also he has got a prestigious award, Data Privacy Leader of the Year 2024 Excellence Award by NASSCOM DSCI. Let's join your hands to welcome our speakers on stage. And our next speaker is May I request Ms. Eva James, VP, ISIT Renault Nissan Technology to please join here. Ms. Eva James is a Vice President of ISIT at Renault Nissan Technology, where she leads the organization's information systems and technology strategies. With extensive experience in the IT industry, she plays a pivotal role in driving innovation, ensuring operational efficiency, and supporting the company's digital transformation initiatives. We welcome you, ma'am. And now may I request Mr. Sridhar Sidhu, CVP, Blocking and Tackling, AT&T, to please join here on stage. He leads the Cybersecurity Services Group at AT&T, reporting in to the Global Chief Information Security Officer. Sidhu joined AT&T in June 2024. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen over here. And we do have the most important speaker here. May I request Mr. Subramanian Radhakrishnan, Distinguished Technologist, Infosys Limited, to please join here on stage. A thought leader and an innovator, providing technology leadership to the Fortune 500 clientele of Infosys, mainly in the US, UK, and Europe. So here we have the speakers and the moderator for the next panel discussion. So handing over to the moderator here. Thank you.
Check, check. Hi, sorry, first of all, a disclaimer. Don't misconstrue this to be a mimicry show, okay, because I genuinely have a bad throat. I'm trying to manage myself. Yeah, so I have a couple of slides before we actually jump into the topic. I thought quickly set a little bit of context about the topic, and then we'll come for the questions, right? So first, the questions to the audience here, right? How many of you believe in astrology? Pretty much 40-50%, right? I mean, so I think the way I want to communicate some of these things which I have in mind is that to a little bit of predictions in terms of AI plus cyber, how things has been from the past, present, and how it is going to be in the future, right? The future we are talking is not about 20-25 years. We are talking about 7 to 8 years maximum. Right? Yeah, so these are the tarot cards. I'm sure everybody is familiar with that, right? So I thought we'll capture the thoughts in a tarot card, right? The first is that if you look at how it has been in the past, for the number of years, the AI-based attacks have gone up by 30% in last 1 year, right? Imagine that's a kind of evolution we are going through now, right? On the other hand, the businesses are embracing more of AI. I mean, just for statistics, close to 80% of businesses are really looking into embracing AI as they move forward. And the third point is a very interesting one, right? SaaS-based LLM APIs have gone up by 1,300%, right? Which is a very significant one, right? And obviously, the prime target for most of the attacks have been the IoT devices. Coming to the present, I mean, just the AI cybersecurity market alone, right? We are looking at close to $26 billion as on 2024. And second point is that the fraud detection seems to be the key area for AI security area. There's been a lot of investment being done in that, and we'll have a couple of questions around that for Subra, who's kind of quite deeply involved in that space. And AI IoT market is also growing significantly, and connected devices have increased up to close to 31 billion by, or expected to increase by close to 30 billion by 2025. So what is the future? The future is that the AI-based cybersecurity market, right, it is going to grow by 25% year on year by 2030. And 93% of the global organizations are going to face AI-based attacks on a daily basis, right? That's a reality we are facing. And most important thing, I think somebody spoke about data privacy as a question. The cost of data breach is going to go up 10% year on year from now onwards, right? I'm sure that, I don't know how many of you know, some of the cost of this data breach are significantly higher for organization. Imagine them growing by 10% again. And finally, the banking sector is going to be pioneering in investing AI. By 2033, which is like 7, 8 years from now, it is going to be close to 316 or 320 billion dollars. So while a lot of things seems to be negative or not so positive, right? What are the things which are promising about AI? So 64% of businesses have strongly believe that AI is going to positively impact on the productivity. I think we spoke about in the previous panel as well. While there's a myth that whether AI is going to really take away jobs, it's not the reality. It is actually going to increase more productivity, so the time of the humans can be used on something else. Second is that 65% of organizations are regularly using GenAI, at least in one of the business processes, compared to the previous year. Previous year it was around 33%. It has gone by 30% now. And 71% of the organizations are already thinking about the protection and security or the risk pertaining to the AI adoption, right? How to govern the AI in a better way. And finally, which is an important thing, this is giving a lot of hope for the cybersecurity professionals as well. 70% of cybersecurity professionals are believing that AI is going to actually help in predicting threats and kind of keeping them advanced compared to a situation without AI. With that, let me come to my questions to my panelists. Interestingly, I think the way it happened is that we have a very interesting set of panel members here who are representing different industries, right? And some of them are quite advanced in AI adoption, and we are going to hear from them. So probably, Sidhu, I'll start with you as a first question, right? So we all know that AI can be effectively used for enhancing cybersecurity, and that's the evolution we are seeing the last few years, right? On the other side, protecting AI is also becoming a challenge because there are a lot of attacks on AIs, which we are seeing, which we are hearing practically, right? So how do you think this space is evolving now, and what is your prediction for future?
Thanks, Mayur, and morning, everyone. How many of you are students here, by any chance? Show of hands. How many of you are faculty, by any chance? All right, and hopefully most of you are on the technology side. So if you really look at probably the last 10 years in terms of the overall cybersecurity, earlier we used to call it as information security. Now we started calling cyber. And as more and more organizations are getting connected to different infrastructure elements, which we call it as hyper-connected. So more connectivity means more data. More data means more risk. So that's where the increase in the risk because of cyber activities happening is becoming more and more. So now, for us to look at how AI and Gen AI can be used, let me give an example. Organizations will have their own data centers. Probably some of them will go to public cloud, private cloud. Information is spread across multiple infrastructure elements. Now, a real-time monitoring and anomaly detection becomes extremely difficult. Now, in that case, probably you could use AI and also to some extent Gen AI to actually predict the behavior that can potentially be a problem for you maybe a couple of minutes later or maybe tomorrow or day after. So that is one thing definitely you can look at. Second thing you can look at is you identify that, okay, this is all my infrastructure. There are so many vulnerabilities. I have these operating systems. I have these applications. I have these network elements. You keep doing the vulnerability assessments to find out, okay, these are my vulnerabilities. You will have thousands of or hundreds of thousands or millions of vulnerabilities. You have only limited resources to actually manage the risk. What you will do, you could use AI and Gen AI to say, what are my top critical vulnerabilities that I need to look at with the infrastructure and the resources and the budget that I have? You can always look at it. Similarly, as people are accessing infrastructure from anywhere in the world, you will have human behavior-centric problems or maybe an insider threat problems. You could use AI and Gen AI even in that area to kind of predict the human behavior and address that, which was not possible probably 10 years ago. The application of AI and Gen AI is happening just because the proliferation of the cloud technologies and infrastructure that we have. Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing that. So there are so many other things that you can do in terms of how AI and Gen AI can address the security aspects itself. But if you probably tilt that question that Myron asked, that AI itself can create a lot of risks too, right? Take, for example, any AI or Gen AI application that you're trying to build. What is the engine for that? It is exactly the entire data set that you have, right? So without that, it is a dead body, right? So the entire AI or Gen AI solutions are dependent on the data. So the traditional data security principles, like for example, encrypting the data so that it becomes difficult, or maybe making sure that right kind of accesses are there. So all that is the traditional cyber ones are applicable for AI and Gen AI applications too. The second thing you could look at is models. When you create the models, you need to have a right kind of model governance. Otherwise, anybody can access, anybody can change. For example, the parameters like RAG poisoning, we call it, right? For example, some of you, I don't know whether you heard the news about a week ago, in US, one of the cyber trucks from Tesla was infiltrated with bombs. Yeah. And you know how that happened? Because somebody used ChatGPT, right? So people can use, and then instead of doing cyber fraud, they can even use cyber terrorism using the application. So you can have the right kind of governance and controls so that that kind of information is not thrown to people, so that they can do that kind. So a lot of things can. It's probably a multi-PhD kind of question. So I just wanted to give a highlights of those two, and then we can cover the rest later.
Sure. Thanks, Sidhu. I think while responding, you touched upon my next question. Probably this is to Subra, right? Especially in the cloud space, right? So what are the AI security and compliance things we can expect to manage the cloud native applications and data?
I think Sidhu explained a lot of the aspects that we see today across the AI's application in cyber as well as in the rest of the enterprise. But I'll take a step back. I think I heard the answer. Most of you are academic and faculties and students, and I'm sure all of you are very, very familiar with using these interactive ChatGPT kind of. ChatGPT is not the only one. There are Anthropic, and you have other tools from Google as well, like Gemini. All of these tools kind of penetrated into our lives, right, as a consumer. Now, I can be very sure. I mean, I know it from my own personal experience in my own house that my own kids. Obviously, they use it for their homework, they try to prepare for a speech at school or a college. They do all the time, right? So given this is how it is happening, this is the same people, right? This is the same audience. They are in the enterprise as well, right? So there is a pattern shift that I see. I mean, this is something that we are seeing across, that they are expecting the same level of, I would say, AI-assisted work environment, right? So which means AI has proliferated and it's part of the entire work life as well. But the challenge for the enterprise, like Sidhu said, it is not easy, right? The CISOs have the bigger problem now. On one end, they will have to allow these innovation to happen because we will have to figure out the ways of life, because there is a lot of productivity and efficiency benefit that you cannot just write it off, right? I think Myron showed an kind of excellent data insights, 65% to 80%, 20% boost, and then it's going to go up only because this year we are already talking about agentic AI. For everything you will have an agent. Last year it was all co-pilot, right? So we said we will have an assistant. From an assistant to agent, it is a complete, it's an exponential change in the way we are giving an agency. Agency is like it can decide, it can plan, it can look at the result, it can revise it like what a human would do. All of this is going to happen. So given this change is already happening in enterprise, so when I see one thing that after pandemic that that's happening across all the industry is that they want to digitalize everything, make more applications, more platforms. I personally been a leader in my company Infosys, looking after a lot of these transformational programs and building platforms. When you say platforms, right, first thing that comes to your mind is two, right? Two things that will come to your mind. One is cloud, second is API, and the third thing is AI. So you can't build a platform today without these three ingredients, right? So every platform that you build will naturally will have these three things. How do you secure? Cloud itself, when cloud came in, the same questions that came at that point in time. I'm keeping everything in my data center. I have secured my data. I've secured my application. I have full control. Now you're talking about a public cloud where I am getting a small place and I have to secure that and I have to make sure that I don't, I reduce my risk exposure, my overall security exposure. So that's the first question that we were solving 10 years ago. But today, I think that question is completely changed, right? Now, AI in the last 2 years have kind of made inroads into every application. So I talked about the role of an engineer, right? A software engineer, he needs an AI tool. If you look at the support team, right, who's supporting your application, they need an AI assistant. If you talk about businesses, right, your contact center agent or people who are supporting your business through in the branches, if it's a bank or a retailer, everyone needs an AI assistant, right? So, which means the organization's data is already now exposed in one way or the other through these AI assistants. Now you have to secure them. So one common thing which I think we as a organization ensure is that everyone, every persona, every role in every organization need to be clearly told of what is security by design, right? Because the foundation doesn't change, right? The same foundation of data security, application level security, network level security, and infrastructure level security. Infrastructure is again a paradigm that is changing. Like we know that now anything is an endpoint, right? An application. With IoT, it is becoming even more, much complex. So everything has into our perimeter has to be now covered. So all these basic elements, and then the entire software development life cycle, you got to make sure that security by design is taken care. On top of all, there are platforms and tools for if you have a problem, how do you respond to that? And that is also something we call it as a platform-driven approach, right? So in each one of this, you have a, taking over now, right? Every single tool, the tool which was doing a static code analysis to find your vulnerability now use Gen AI and AI. So it gives you much more, nuanced way of telling that you have a problem in the code, because this code was generated probably by GitHub Copilot or some other Copilot that the developer would have used, which might have injected vulnerability. So that kind of a detection is important even before you go to production, right? And one thing that I've commonly seen with the developers and engineers is that they don't like security, right? Because they are only interested in writing some glamorous code and throw it into production. So now we need to inject this part of the development lifecycle and the entire secure by design principles through a tooling, and the tooling chain, the tool chain should have the necessary kind of AI intelligence, so it can detect the patterns, anomalies, and then it will allow people to fix it while it is on. So I think there are multiple other things we can do, especially model security, I think, which is also very important. Model injections, prompt injection, all of this is happening today. So one thing that we are trying to do is to, while you allow people to use ChatGPT, can you put a gateway in between, right? So when internet came in, corporates, what they did is, we don't want everybody to go to internet from their company network, so they put a proxy, right? So that's how we all know that some sites will work within the company, some sites won't work. You will get an error from the proxy. Same concept, now there is a new product that is evolving from a security angle is the LLM gateways, right? So you can't access an LLM just like that. So the LLM will also tell you, how much, what information you are cutting and pasting from your company when you are asking a query. So those are all things that are evolving. I'll also touch a little bit on SLMs. LLMs are big, as you know, like ChatGPT and all. That is working on the knowledge of the entire internet, right? But then SLMs are something that you can build in a very protected manner with the very quality data within your own company, right? And that can be given to your employees. So one of the things that we've recently launched in Infosys is the Cyber SLM. So why it is so important is, the kind of questions you ask at ChatGPT, it will give you a very generic answer. It won't tell you what is the policy for you and for your role when it comes to security. It won't be able to tell you, right? It will give only generic answer. So what we have done is we have curated all our cyber principles, policies, and data. We have created a small language model, which is like around 2 to 3 billion model. We have done the pre-training and we have given to our cyber team. Now they've deployed it. So everybody will have a chat assistant across roles. Our incident manager will have a chat assistant. Your regular L1, L2 support team, they will have a chat assistant. Very cyber specific questions. And then the CISO will have very high level, for his level of, a level of expertise, there is another level of, assistant. So this is how I think we are seeing AI on one end taking care of itself and safeguarding itself, and also ensuring the rest of the enterprise comes along and through these kind of tool sets that we can make it happen. I think, yeah,
Thanks.
that's how I look at it. Yeah.
Thank you, Subra. I think the one of the use cases spoke about the SLM for cyber is an interesting one because very contextual to an organization rather than available, right? So with that, let me come to Eva. So there is one statistic says that close to 67% of the manufacturing organizations, including the automotive companies, are testing AI POCs now, right? So that's a level of, this is one of the industry which has adopted AI in a very great manner. So while AI can be used for safety and security of vehicle, right, it is also being used for kind of giving a personalized and seamless driving experience, right? So what are your thoughts? I mean, what is the role of AI in that space than just safety and security?
Sure. Thank you, Mayuran. Sidhu started with a question, how many students, how many faculty? So let me ask a question. How many of you drive a car? And the ones who don't drive a car travel in a car, right? So with that context, just imagine tomorrow you're getting into a car, you're buckling into the driver's seat. As you do that, your car is already communicating to, if not in India, but in most of the modern countries, the connected car is communicating with the traffic signals, it's communicating it with the fellow passenger, other cars on the road, with your smartphone, right? And the car is not anymore a mechanical marvel, right? We all agree that it is a very sophisticated network of computers processing, they say, about 25 gigabytes of data every hour. So that's the context, that's the car today. And with this level of incredible connectivity comes an incredible responsibility to protect the car from all the kind of cyber threats, the cars, the passengers, and every one of them, right? Do you know how much of software resides inside a car? 100 million lines of code is what it says, which is much more than what a fighter jet and F-35 would typically have. That's the amount of software that's sitting inside the car today, right? As we drive, the car is making enormous amounts of decision making using these computer networks for engine management, battery optimization, for your infotainment, for a whole lot of stuff, right? As we are driving, without our knowledge, a lot of things are happening in the background, right? In this background, in 2015, a very popular car maker, they did a controlled study. It was a controlled research where they did a remote hijacking of a car using their infotainment, and they arrested the transmission in the middle of a busy highway, right? So it's potentially possible. And what had happened is this particular controlled experiment allowed a lot of other OEMs to come up with a lot of safety and security measures. But what it also went on to show is the sobering reality that it is actually a computer on wheels. And we need to have computer level security in these cars, right? But is straightforward security that we have on traditional computers good enough, right? Today, when you have an email server which is compromised, or an employee database or a customer database that is compromised, huge problem, no doubt about it. But if a car's braking system is compromised through these kind of cyber attacks, it's catastrophic, right? So there is absolutely no provision for error. I mean, there's zero tolerance. Likewise, today, typically a smartphone or any IT infrastructure today, they have a relatively shorter lifespan, right? Whereas when we buy a car, we expect it to run for a decade at the minimum. So the kind of security measure that we have in mind or we put in place today should be so futuristic that it should protect us from things that we can't even imagine that will happen tomorrow. Right? Similarly, anyone who's from the car industry will know that the supplier panel or the supplier network that comes together to build a car is immense. So inside a car, while you might see a Renault car or a Nissan car on the streets, but there are hundreds of supplier components inside the car, and each of them have their own software. While there is enormous amount of effort that goes into integrating, but the level of threats or the level of risk is also so high. So in this context, there is absolutely humanly not possible to have basic traditional security systems, right? So usage of AI is not just valuable, but it's absolutely vital to ensuring that cards are protected from cyber threats. So traditional security systems look for threat signatures, known threat signatures, whereas today some of these systems that we are building and we are experimenting with data models is how do AI models look for huge amount of anomalies from basically millions of data that is being collected from cards, from inside the card, from your smartphone, which is connected to the card. Today we have systems which are talking to cars on the lane, right? I mean, these are all in a lot of research mode. In fact, there was one study which said, how can a car that is traveling by your side on the lane, can it be a threat to your car? Is that data exchange itself a threat? How do you protect yourself from those kind of threats? How do you protect yourself from supplier threats, the components that come from the suppliers, right? So there are many agents that we are building today using AI models. Basically, we are looking at AI models which can act like a security, which looks at your window, at your door, at your corridor from multiple dimensions, because securing a car is very different from securing IT infrastructure. Right? So I think this is one industry, this is one space where AI has a big role to play, and it's already, I won't say we have arrived, it's in the very nascent stage, but there's a big scope to play.
Absolutely. So I think automotive is an interesting industry in this space. So I was one of the CEOs of a semiconductor company early this week. So what I realized is nowadays the vehicle is nothing but a gadget. It can be upgraded, right, with newer version of software, so on and so forth, right? Whereas earlier, the mechanical vehicle used to degrade over the period of time. Now it is in the opposite direction, right? That's the kind of power of softwares now. So with that, let me come to Jagan, right? I think this is a topic which is close to both of us, right? Data privacy and DPDP rules, right? So if you look into the DPDP rules, which came out last Friday, right? There's a reference about algorithmic software, right? And what sort of, I mean, this is specifically for the significant data fiduciaries. I mean, for some reason, not called for the others, but I'm sure that eventually this will cover the others also, because everybody uses a algorithmic software these days, automated decision processing, AI, so on and so forth, right? So keeping that in mind, right, what is your view on how difficult or easy it's going to be to adopt the expectation of DPDP rules in the current AI ecosystem we have?
Thanks for the question, Mayuran. Before I answer your question, I just wanted to set the context to the audience. Today, data privacy, how many of you think data privacy is important to us? So if I ask you the question why, probably I may not get the right answers from most of you. Okay, the reason why I'm saying that is, how many of you have given your phone numbers left, right, and center without even thinking? I'm pretty sure everybody will raise their hands while nobody's raising your hand now. So your data is already outside. And like one of the panelists said, data is the new oil, right? So organizations need data as well as you need to protect your data. That's the reason the importance of data privacy comes into picture. A correlation again with Ms. Eva, who called out the car while she spoke about the nuances of cyber threats. Again, all those people who are driving cars, your data has already gone to Renault and Nissan, right? Your personal data, right? And has the car manufacturer taken any consent? Absolutely not. So you don't even know how your data is being used, right? So there are so many use cases, whereas your car captures how many times you brake. Your car captures what kind of route you take. Your car captures what is the speed you take. And if that information is fed to your insurance companies, your premiums can be allocated accordingly. So that is where data privacy comes into picture, right? Similarly, your phones, you publish your phone numbers left, right, center to even MyGate app. They sell that information within 10 minutes because they get money for your phone number, and then you get your spams. So the reason why data privacy has come into picture is to control the usage of your data. Okay, and the literacy in India especially is so weak. If you travel in a train, by the time you finish your train journey, you will know the other person's family history, right? So that becomes much more important on how you moderate your data sharing and so on. So the reason why I'm calling this out is, I think all of us in this room and outside of this room need to start sensitizing ourselves and making ourselves more literate on data privacy and sharing our information before it is misused. And coming to AI, now deepfakes, all these aspects come into picture, hallucination, deepfakes, all these are going to impact us as individuals, and it's already there. Okay. Now, having said that, the data privacy is no more a responsibility of only the privacy personal's job. Everybody involved in sharing data and providing data becomes their responsibility. So the entire data life cycle is what we need to look into picture in terms of collection of data, through usage of data, to storing of data, to dissipation of data and sharing data. Now, how difficult it becomes for organizations, now I'm going to answer Mayuran's question, right? Having said the context, how difficult it's going to become for Indian entities and Indian organizations to implement the rules and the overall privacy law itself. Well, it's a challenge, right? Forward economies like Europe, when GDPR came in, they themselves took 2 to 3 years to actually put their privacy framework into proper use, right? They struggled themselves. So for us, it's going to become a much more significant challenge. One small example that I keep quoting is consent, right? There is children's consent is called out very clearly in the rules as well as the Privacy Act. It's called DPDPA, Digital Personal Data Protection Act in India. Most of the rural economy of ours, right, as well as partially urban economy as ours, the child actually gives consent for the parent when they are using their phone, right? Most of the parents and most of the grandparents do not even know what consent means. So they ask the grandchild and the child, hey, why don't you install this app for me? And then that child who is below 18, when legally a child and not an adult, they are the ones who are giving consent for the parent and the grandparent. So imagine that difficulty in implementing the rules and the act. And also India per se is a conglomerate of a lot of SMEs, right? SMB segment. So the act by itself gives a lot of obligations on the fiduciaries, which are primarily the large companies which process personal data and who hold the personal data and decide the means and processing of personal data. Whereas they work with a lot of processors. So that processor ecosystem doesn't have any obligation per se in the act, but the rules do call it out partially in terms of technical measures and so on. But they have given the fiduciary significant powers to ensure that they have contracts with the processors. So that is the other challenge that we are going to be seeing. The processors need to also align with a lot of obligations that the fiduciary has to enable the fiduciary to be able to align with the law and the rules. So there are a lot of nuances such as these. And believe me, I mean, I can go on for the rest of the day, but in the interest of time, to answer this question in brief, the kind of data that is proliferated into the ecosystem, the kind of data that has been shared with so many organizations, the kind of data that is being floating around in the public domain, and AI models that have already taken that data and used that data for not even the purpose that has been collected. Yes, it's going to be a significant challenge, but it's a very interesting journey for India. I see it as a very positive thing for India's DPDPA to come in and the rules coming in. Yes, it's probably not the most stringent act, but with the kind of economy that we are running in, it's probably the apt act, and it will perhaps take its steps, baby steps, and then take the big steps towards making India a very strongly knit privacy ecosystem in the future.
Thanks, Jagan. I think Jagan is one person who is somebody who calls out a spade, right? And that's the reason I wanted to have him in the panel. Okay, with that, let me come to you, Sidhu. I want to get a little technical with you, right? So the industry you represent is an industry which is very critical, and there's a lot of dependency in the hyperconnectivity world, right? So the question is that, so DDoS attack is a very common thing, a significant threat to the connectivity. Most of them we see that, right? So by integrating AI into the traditional IDS, intrusion detection system, right? How do you think the DDoS attacks can be detected early, the anomalies can be detected early and managed?
Thanks, Myron. So those of you who don't know what DDoS is a distributed denial of service. That means you are offering services online, and there are threat actors who can actually choke your bandwidth that you are not able to provide that service. Let me give some historical context of the usage of AI there, right? Incidentally, I represent a company, but even if I was not with the same AT&T, I would have said the same thing. 75 years ago, the first AI, apprenticeship was done, and which was done at AT&T. In this city, 28 years ago, I did my specialization in artificial intelligence and robotics. And we are talking about probably last 2 years AI. But the pace at which probably 75 to 28 to 2 years, next 2 years is going to be very, very different because the amount of cloud adoption, everything that is going on. Particularly what Jen mentioned about the mid-market, small and medium enterprises. So you buy network connectivity and then you are doing your business and then you want to have the right kind of traffic coming into your pipe that will be useful for you to do the business. Number one, that means clean pipe to the extent, right? And second one is, while you're doing that, you don't want the perpetrators to actually come and disable your service for a legitimate use also. So we actually, as an AT&T, or even if any other telecom company we can talk about, so we run about 23 to 25% of the global data on our network. So what does that mean? We have a lot of insights across 210 countries where we operate in. So if we use all that intelligence and provide a network embedded security service, like for example, we have a product called Dynamic Defense. And basically what it does is it has an AI powered engine that nearly about 97% stops any kind of anomalous data or connections coming into your pipe, which means that by and large you are other than probably 2-3%. But this engine continuously learns. If you do a non-AI centric kind of an analysis, it will be extremely difficult. You won't even be 30% efficient. So by doing this automated AI driven engine to analyze the network data, including the IP addresses from which the data is coming from, you're able to reduce the amount of bad traffic coming into you. That's number one. That means you have a 1 GB line, you're using really 1 GB line for a legitimate business purpose. Second is there could be some bad actors who want to shut you down, right? That is also a next level of security component that you can build, which is becoming extremely useful for people, right? It's like you don't need the kind of bandwidth, but everybody's creating bandwidth because bad traffic is coming in. If you reduce the bad traffic, the usage, let me give an example in the interest of maybe 30 seconds. You take a 300 Mbps line in probably Bangalore or Hyderabad, and the amount of choking that happens to go to a small town, maybe to a Salem, and then take a 50 Mbps line, your connectivity and usage is a lot better than coming to Bangalore. This is also happening because of a lot of choking happening there. So I'll stop there in the interest of time to have some opportunity for audience to ask questions.
Yeah, thanks, Sudhu, for that. So let me come back to you, Subra. This is in the space of your passion, right? You mentioned about AI playing a role in fraud detection, right? How do you think that space is evolving?
Hello.
You want to pick the other one?
Can you, sorry, come again? I just missed the question.
No, you said that you're doing spending a lot of time in fraud detection through AI, right?
Yep.
So what is your experience has been so far? How do you think this is evolved?
I think I've been focusing on financial industries for the last 4 years. One of the major issues for especially, and this is I'm talking specifically in the US region, banks are going through a lot of financial crimes, as you all know, right? That's forgery happening in documentation when you apply for a loan, right? And then they will start they want to open an account, but they will give a documentation of partners, but they will have a lot of issues. And then husband and wife will come together and apply for a loan, but they may not be, right? And then similarly, the documents that you submit will be already like a forgery documentation. And check fraud is a major thing, right? In one of the bank where I work very closely they have $60 million US dollars as an overall fraud, in which 20 million is just check fraud. I think this might look little antic for India because we don't even know what checkbook is now because we are all UPI, we are ahead of the rest of the world. But the most developed nations, they still kind of, leveraging on the check-based thing. But the point I'm trying to say is that there is no easy way. There's no silver bullet solution for reducing the financial crime. And this is a topmost use case for AI. And banks have been doing this for years, right? Like I think Sidhu said, 60 years, AI been talked about, and it was used in different levels, right? But the exploitation of the technology is happening only now, right? But then the models that we build and deploy for financial crime, it is at different levels, right? At the edge. So when you are making a sale or you're purchasing something at the point of sale or the point of purchase, we need edge system, right? That will have to detect whether you're doing right. For example, if you're using an online site and you're buying a product and you're giving your credit card data or debit card data, so we get those signals. Right? We, in the sense, is the enterprise, the bank, their IT systems are capturing those fingerprints and signals. And then when you are doing something more frequently, right, there is a pattern detection that needs to happen. That pattern detection will lead into something called a suspicious transactions. So there is a group that will sit and analyze. And then there's a lot of fraud operations, right? If you look at it in one other thing where India is very good is in setting up these BPOs, where all these fraud operations are happening. And that's where now AI is coming in. You can think of AI is going to take off that job and then it will all be done by AI, but I don't think so, right? But what we are seeing, I think the way we are building the capability with AI is a lot of false positives do happen, right? Because you will go with some 5 or 6 different parameters to know, oh, this guy is doing a lot of transfer quickly. He just opened an account last week. He transferred to 5 other people in the last 5 days. This is probably a threat, right? And that signal comes. But there is no guarantee that it is actually a fraud. It could be a legit. So you need more information from the organization, databases to come together. So we are building that kind of a data lake solution just for fraud detection, and that kind of gives the operations team a very detailed report on all those suspicious transactions. And because this is a regulated industry, so you got to submit, it's called SAR filing, which you got to do. And just to give you an example, in a month, people spend around, around 4,000 odd filing that has to happen, right? That's the level I'm talking about. And all of this, if you imagine, have to be done by a human, it takes like, for one case itself, it takes like 4 to 5 hours. And then imagine multiple cases will be connected to one suspicious activity. So this is the kind, right? So what we have done is we have done the check detection forgery with all AI, with the computer vision technologies. Now with GenAI, with the multimodal, we are even able to kind of detect and compare the previous check signature and all of it. And all the documentation, we are able to do that with multimodal. But the risk is still there, like we discussed. These models are, closed model outside the, you don't know how they were trained. The data is never made public, right? The entire training process is made very, very obscured. So those challenges are still there. That's why we are going more towards open source model, which we train, we fine tune within the enterprise. Buy one of these NVIDIA's, right, chips, and then, we kind of put that. So those are all the things we are doing. But I think this is very promising for, I'm sure this will follow in other sectors as well. I think they are doing it. But especially in financial sector, I see this is really promising to build these capabilities to detect frauds at all levels, right? And make sure that you are able to reduce your frauds. In the last 18 months after we went live, we were able to reduce the fraud, especially on the check fraud, to 20 million. That we were able to reduce. And it's a major, I would say, achievement. It wouldn't have been possible without deploying the latest AI capabilities that we have got with LLMs and the rest.
Sure. Thank you, Subra. So we have 8 more minutes. I think we'll try to be a little faster in responses, so we can give some time for the audience to ask questions. So let me come to you, Eva, on that, right? You spoke about connected vehicles, right? So I believe that we are still kind of scratching the surface. The potential is humongous in that space, right? So what is your view on the full potential of the telematics, right? For not only from safety point of view, even beyond that.
I think the future potential of telematics extends far beyond its current capabilities, right? Just to throw a few examples so that we will all be able to understand what I say. We are going to have systems, advanced diagnostics, which will predict failures before they actually occur. Maintenances will get automatically scheduled. We don't need to call the dealers for all of that stuff. We are going to have systems which will monitor driver alertness when he's driving. And we will have systems which will have vehicle-to-vehicle communication to prevent accidents. We are working on systems where, based on the road and weather conditions, the security aspects of the car are auto-tuned tuned rather than the driver having to change that. So these kind of features are all being worked on. Some of these advanced countries, advanced cars already have it, but majority of passenger cars will have such advanced features, telematic features in the near future. Personalized experience. The car will be able to set the air conditioning at 20 degrees, keep the car seat at certain degrees at the window based on who is driving, right? So all of those things, whether it is safety or personalization or advanced diagnostics, all of these features are going to be there for real in the near future. But as I said, with all of this comes the added security and privacy issues that he brought about. We are doing a lot of stuff in that space. Today, as I said, 25 gigabytes of data is being processed on an hourly basis is what the statistics research says us. So today, all these data exchanges are encrypted to the extent possible, right? And in the connected car space, all of you must be very familiar, OTA, which is over-the-air update, which is absolutely critical for us to push the new features, security updates, and that is where AI has a big role to play, where we are saying we do not want anything which is unwarranted, which is corrupted to go into a car, because it is not, the car doesn't come into the garage or into the dealer. This is all remotely done. So how do you ensure that the right updates are going into the car using the OTA infrastructure? So AI is playing a big role for us there to ensure the right updates, right features are going without any malicious content getting into it. And of course, in the Indian context, the automotive industry standards AS 189, 190 are currently under the draft mode. Very soon it will come out, which is defining very crystal clear security framework for all the OEMs in the Indian context. Today, we are already adhering to UN 155 standards for the European cars. So it's a matter of adaptation for the Indian cars to make sure that when we bring in these features, we are also ensuring adequate amount of security and privacy are in place, right? It's a fine balance between bringing in these advanced features without compromising on the security and the privacy aspects as well. I think we will be there. This industry is definitely, it's in its nascent stage, but lots to travel for.
Sure, sure. Thank you. Jagan, probably I'll come to you as the last question, right? We hear a lot about AI governance now. There are regulations coming around. EU came up with something, and we had our AI policy draft version available for public consultation now, right? So what are the best practices one should look at from the governance point of view?
Right. I mean, one of the favorite topics for everybody, AI, right? Everybody's speaking about the AI. So I call it the AI race. Okay. Seriously, majority of the companies, apart from the big ones, right? Majority of the companies really are so focused on building AI systems than actually building it properly. So there are two concepts in AI. There's ethical AI and responsible AI. I've evaluated several companies with their products, but believe me, most of them do not know what ethical AI and responsible AI means. They would know the definition, but how to implement it into their products, no. That's the scenario we are in today. I'm not saying they're doing good or bad, whatever the case may be, but today's reality is that. Okay, so it becomes very important for organizations to start looking at ethical AI and responsible AI principles, which cover first and foremost transparency, explainability, traceability, and so on and so forth. I can go on and on the 12 principles of responsible AI. But I want to probably bring in 2-3 examples so that you can relate to what I'm trying to say. Okay, now you must have heard of bias, right? I mean, there are different types of biases. Most of us think it's only gender bias, but there are a lot of other biases that come into picture: representability bias, sampling bias, and so on, right? Even content bias and so on. So there are a classic case is I think Amazon or Google. I keep mixing the company. Don't quote me here, but they had built in an AI engine to shortlist the resumes for the company. Okay, and they had used extensive amount of data, around 10 years or 12 years of data, predated data, to build the AI model. Within 3 months or 6 months, the model started building up bias, and the bias was a gender bias, primarily because the number of people who joined the company in the last 10-12 years were men than women. So the model itself started building up bias and started throwing out resumes that are more leaning towards men. right? A simple scenario, you might be thinking, okay, you can remove gender from here, right? So, and if you remove gender, then the algorithm will not look into the bias the way it should have looked into. But there are other parameters where bias can come into picture. Now, let us say the algorithm says the person should not have had any gap in the employment. So most of the women, married women, who have born children, would have a gap. So that will contribute to the bias. You might have removed the gender, but such indirect biases can come in. Many of us think chatbots. What can a chatbot do? I mean, you're only asking a question and it's going to give you back an answer. So there's a Canadian Airlines chatbot that lied. So it was, I mean, again, all these I'm talking about are actually companies that were being fined for these mistakes. Okay. So there's something called a bereavement fare in Canadian Airlines. That means if you are going to attend a bereavement, then you get a discount. So this person asked the Canadian Airline chatbot, should I claim for the bereavement upfront or after I come back? So the chatbot responded, after you come back from the trip. So he came and applied for the bereavement fare, and then the call center representative said, sorry, this should have been done upfront. Okay. So what happens? So that means the chatbot lied. Canadian Airlines did not take accountability because the chatbot lied. So had they looked into responsible AI principles, they would have taken that accountability. The accountability aspect come into picture. Then of course the courts fined Canadian Airlines, and this person got the bereavement component back. So like that, there are several such cases. So the message I want to pass is, I think when companies are building AI systems, it becomes very, very important for those companies to look into responsible AI and ethical AI principles and build those AI systems so that you will be able to furnish responsibly built AI systems to the consumer ecosystem, so that organizations can be trusted with the AI system that they are developing and giving to the consumer society. Again, in the interest of time, I think I'll stop here.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks, Jagan. Maybe I'll make a very quick remark before we open up for the couple of questions. I don't think we'll have a lot of time. So I think AI end of the day learns from us. That's what you're saying, right? But we have to keep in mind that that should not become a limit to us, right? So with that, probably if there are any questions, maybe one or two, we can take it up. Yeah, too many hands up.
And after him, to avoid gender bias, we should let a lady also speak.
Yeah.
My name is Mani Janakiraman. I work in London. I am traveling, so I took an opportunity to come and attend this session. The question is around cyber warfare. State actors acting either in a group or as part of a nation state. How does that scenario play out? Now, the position India is in is slightly different because we are friends with everybody. The way geopolitics is playing out. How do you see this playing out on a national level? What are the kind of collaborations that corporates work with the government of India and see that our national interest is taken care of?
Yeah, we deal with that as a large telecom company globally running on a daily basis, right? I'll only correct your first statement to a little bit. We are not friends with everybody, but there are people who are not friends with us, but they don't have the kind of capability to bring significant amount of chaos to our infrastructure. That they still keep doing that. Look, at the end of the day, without taking the names of the countries, there are certain countries which are, every country basically spies on the other country, whether earlier through the regular spies or today through our digital channels. It's for their own safety and then probably prominence in the world, right? Fundamentally, if you look at any nation state actor would like to take a look at three different things. Majority is public infrastructure, whether it is your water systems or your electric systems, right? If you shut it down, then it's a huge impact, right? It is a nuisance value. The second thing they would look at is how to actually target a financial system where you can't take your own money out and then will have a problem. And the third thing they would look at is potentially on the health systems. That's why every industry need to collaborate for a nation state actor to defeat. Let me give an example when I say that. So many of us in India have got heart problems, and everybody goes and gets a heart transplant, pacemaker. What is its purpose, right? Its purpose is it will monitor your heartbeat, and if it is going to go a little bit down, it gives enough impetus to the heart to start pumping again. Now, the technology is so good, like, for example, over-the-air software that we talked about, there are pacemakers which can actually do that too. But I can simply walk like with this kind of a device and walk through and then drain the battery of the entire, pacemaker, right? Those are possible. So nation state actors would look at all these scenarios and then target only those people. And the other thing nation state actors do is they also look at the most established, probably distinguished engineers or research people working on certain areas, and they try to actually steal from them or threaten them to provide that kind of information. So these are the areas which happens day in and day out. Telecom is the most one because telecom covers every industry. Like, for example, bank covers every industry, telecom covers every industry. If they can bring down the telecom infrastructure, which every large telecom service provider deals with day in and day out, without me getting into sensitive information, if you look at it, it's available. But the point is you need to work with, if it is trade, you have World Trade Organization to support that. But they don't have a common infrastructure for cyber. So that is something to be built in. Otherwise, diplomacy is the only way. But if somebody who doesn't want to come face to face and talk details, diplomacy also doesn't work. I don't want to take the name. If one country on the other side of the globe and the other country next to us, they don't see eye to eye, they don't come to the table and have a conversation. So it's an evolving situation, but you will continue to get to see this.
Sure. We'll take one more question.
Thank you, panel, for the wonderful insights on cybersecurity. Myself, Ashwini, I'm an entrepreneur and I'm running a cybersecurity company. I have a question here. As you all mentioned, like AI is a double-edged sword. So it can be used for goodness and bad. I read an article recently about AI is going rogue. Like an AI has assigned an automation work, but instead doing the job, it got bored and it started doing searching images in online. So what if such kind of scenario happens in a cybersecurity world? Like if you are assigning a task to an AI, and if it started going rogue and start attacking or taking away the information along with the threat actors. So what kind of measures the companies have been doing or taking part of it? Thank you.
I take it I'll speak the rest of the day.
Sure. I think you're already touching on the agentic world, right? Where I think this happens only when today I think none of the enterprises have put anything in production, anything that is as close to what you're thinking, right? It's all happening in the consumer side. But when you're talking about enterprises, they are very really cautioned about this phenomenon of giving agency to these agents, right, or assistants. So the moment that happens, I think a couple of things that we are already now kind of testing it out, right, testing the waters as we call it. One thing we are doing for all modernization. So there's a lot of applications that were built a long time back. No SME exists, it's in COBOL and all, right? So we are trying to modernize it. So one example we tried with a multi-agent framework is that it will look at the code, it will try to write it in English. We had another agent that will actually convert that into another language like Java, .NET or Python. Then there is a third agent. All of this is LLM, by the way, right? But we call them as avatars, right? Different agent. They wear a different hat and we prompt engineer that way. And the third agent will actually do a proof correction of the English. The third one will test that, take that English written script and check with the code that is written. And there will be another agent that will actually write the unit test case and the test. So why this is important is LLMs can do rogue, can play rogue and all that can happen, but we have no other option. See, one other thing we kept on talking about the possibilities of the AI. One bigger possibilities that is creating problem is in the entire value chain. If you are using AI in one area, it creates so much of certain spike. The other value segments are not ready to take it, right? So this is a problem. If I generate, in fact, I read an article that talked about 30 to 35% of the code that is written today is written by AI, right? And this number is only going to go up, right? So if this is the way it is going to go, these agents are going to be writing code, they're going to be testing it, and they're going to be kind of pushing to production. Imagine this is the way. Now, the only way you can control this is by having so many different agents, and these agents will be backed by different LLMs. And there are benchmarks established for LLMs as a judge, right? Which means that LLM is extremely good at judging how an LLM performed a task. Only it clears, it goes to the next level. The way we have the different staging for taking anything to production, the same way you can do it. These paradigms are fast evolving. In another 3 to 4 months, you will see everybody talking about these things, right? I think we are pretty much seeing this happening. There's no way we can put any full stop to this.
If I may add 30 seconds to what.
Sure, sure.
I mean, again, like AI means everybody wakes up, right? So, see, that's why most of the laws, currently there are only 4 laws across the globe from an AI perspective. Otherwise, everything else is guidances. They bring out 3 very, very important aspects. One is human intervention, right? A very clear mandate that you should be able to turn the switch off for that AI. That is a mandate. If you don't have that, you will not be allowed to take it into production, right? 2 is monitorability and auditability. So, for example, since I spoke about bias, I'm just catching on the same concept. Bias can build within 1 month, 3 months, 1 year based on the data set that you have uploaded. And one is tested, used it for training. The other one is actually production data. And then, of course, the output and so on. And then retraining the data. So, monitorability. And then finally, there's an accountability aspect. While there are other principles also, I'm just touching on these 3 aspects. Accountability is where you can go back and hold somebody accountable. These 3 aspects will actually target the more controlled environment on AI systems and so on. Yeah, just wanted to add that small point.
In fact, to his point, the loop that you talked about where it starts doing something else, there has to be a human and there has to be an explainability aspect. So it has to break the loop and come. You can't let it, otherwise it will go into an infinite loop, right? Yeah.
Sure. Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much, panelists. I know some of you came all the way from Bangalore. Thanks for being part of this panel discussion. And audience, thank you so much for bearing my voice so well. And sorry for keeping you guys away from the lunch for some time.
Really not a problem. Thank you very much, all the speakers here, and also especially the moderator who's having a little bad throat, but still he managed and he did his best. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much, all the speakers. I'm requesting you all to please stay back because it's time for the memento, the prestigious moment. Now, may I request Mr. Davidar, retired IAS advisor to TNEGA, to please join here to felicitate our speakers and also the moderator. We do have the moderator here, Mr. Mayuran Parnichami, partner and head of data privacy, Deloitte. And we have the speakers, Mr. Jagannath, global DPO LTI Mindtree. The next is Ms. Eva James, VP ISIT Renault Nissan Technology. Mr. Sridhar Sidhu, CVP Blocking and Tackling, AT&T. And Mr. Subramanian Radhakrishnan, Distinguished Technologist, Infosys Limited. May I request all of you to please join together for a quick group photograph? All right, thank you. Thank you so much, speakers and the moderator. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, now we are breaking for the networking and also the lunch break, and requesting all of you to please be back by 2 p.m. The interesting session is going to happen. Thank you. Leadership. And we request the moderator, Mr. Srikanth Srinivasan, Vice President and Head Membership and Outreach, NASCOM, to please join here on stage. Let's join together to welcome the moderator here for the next panel discussion. Srikanth Srinivasan is the Vice President and Head, Membership and Outreach for NOSCOM. He is currently responsible for the Pan-India membership engagement and growth, and also heads the National Industry Councils of GCC, BPM and SME. And we would like to invite our speakers for the next panel discussion. So may I request Mr. Akhil Kapoor, Vice President, GBS Global Procurement and Head of GBS India Adidas, to please join here. He's currently the hub lead at Adidas GBS India and Vice President of GBS Global Procurement. Has a distinguished 2-decade career in procurement and operations. He's also an MBA graduate from Ohio University with a mechanical engineering degree from North Maharashtra University. May I request the next speaker to please join here? So now may I request Mr. Ashwin Lakshmanan, Senior Director Strategy and Planning, Verizon, to please join here. His mandate includes strategy, transformation, enablement, enterprise architecture, cloud engineering, strategic engagement, and corporate communication functions of the organization. So we do have 3 fantastic speakers over here. And also may I request Mr. Hemant Tulsian, Vice President, Fidelity Investment, to please join here on stage. He is currently leading the quality functions within the financial services domain and is a site leader for operations in Chennai. He is a chartered accountant with over 23 years of experience in audit, taxation, internal controls, managing operations across multiple locations globally. So now I'm just handing over the stage to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. And I know it's not going to be an easy job to keep everyone awake after lunch, but we'll try our best, I guess. I think it's a very interesting topic though, right? I mean, GCC next for Tamil Nadu and strengthening global technology leadership. I think before we even step into the topic and start talking, and first of all, I think we have a very diverse panel here, right? 3 different organizations in 3 completely different businesses, each of them. The second is, I think the tenure of each of them in India also has been very different. So all of that kind of gives us a great mix of insights that we should be able to expect during the next 30 minutes or so. But before that, I think very importantly, I think it's important for us to understand why are GCCs here in the country. They've all been built on the bedrock of 3 large things: talent, the ability to leverage technology, and of course, largely how they can use it and innovate better, right? I mean, these are the 3 large reasons why they are in the country, and I'm sure each one of you know that this is an area which has been growing. We all know that GCCs contribute a significant portion of the technology industry in India, close to about 65 billion of the 199 billion of exports. They employ close to about 1.9 million people, and of course, and they're poised to grow at a very similar rate. But more important, I mean, so what we will do is probably I will request each one of them to quickly talk about what are the trends currently, and what each one of them has been probably doing here in India over the last 10, 15, 20 years, and probably in Akhil's case, maybe 4 years. So maybe we'll touch upon that, and then probably delve a little deeper on what next. Right? Maybe if I can probably start with Hemant, saying what brought Fidelity to India and how you've been leveraging this over the past couple of decades.
Thanks, Srikanth. When you say 2 decades, now it seems too long out there. Yeah, we've been here. We have offices in Bangalore and Chennai. Started with Bangalore, then came into Chennai. A lot of things that made us come here. At that point of time, which is 2 decades ago, of course, cost arbitrage was a big thing, right? Now it may not be. No, it's only like a fringe benefit, right? So it was that, and then important thing is the availability of talent, the skilled talent that is available in India, both Bangalore, Chennai. The skilled talent also, because I would say there are a lot of these educational institutions which are quite high, especially if I'm to talk about Chennai.
Yep.
You have IITs, you have so many engineering colleges across Tamil Nadu as well. You have talent in mathematics, accounting, and very large talent available more so from a business perspective itself. So that I think was a key lever for us to get offices in India to start with. But
Great.
over 2 decades, I think we've grown into various things now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think STEM talent continues to be a big draw and why people come into India, right? I mean, I completely agree with you. Ashwin, I mean,
Hello, all. Good afternoon. Very wonderful time to have a panel discussion just after lunch. So we'll try as much as possible to not put you all to sleep. So very great event. I think first we should start with that. A great initiative to put Tamil Nadu right there in terms of being one of the destinations for GCCs as we go towards our transformation journey. Now getting back to Verizon's story, we have also been over 2 decades. One of the initial first ones to come in and establish a GCC in Chennai. And then now we have grown in Hyderabad as well as in Bangalore. Our evolution in the GCC journey has been a little bit conventional or traditional, if you want to call it, with as many other GCCs who have also gone through that route. We started establishing more as a cost arbitrage center. Obviously, the cost advantage was a lot more. It still is an advantage, but it was a lot more 20 years back. So that's the starting point. And then slowly, as we evolved and as we got the right kind of talent, and over a period of time, as we also build the right kind of expertise in multiple domains, we've evolved ourselves into a delivery center managing key programs for specific portfolios, and this is all on technology. So we started off with technology. And then the next big jump is where we figured out that there are opportunities for us to cross-pollinate and look at capabilities across different portfolios, and that was our next evolution towards being a capability center. And off late, we are into a very, very interesting journey, which many go the reverse way, which is you start with shared services and then you get onto technology and try to see the benefits of it. Here, because the GBS space is also evolving, and we are seeing a lot of value that technology also can provide for GBS. We are right now expanding our wings on GBS as well. Sure. And we are well established towards becoming a strategic center across both GBS as well as the technology play. So that's been our evolution.
great. I mean, I think two diverse kind of points of view, right? And very interesting to note this also, right? I mean, if 2 decades ago you took the plunge of saying that I will start with technology and today you're talking of I'll get into shared services, it seems very different, right? Because at that 20 years back when people came into India, I think yes, cost arbitrage was one of the key. And as both of you rightly pointed out, right? I mean, you can't right away cost arbitrage, but probably if that was the key reason at that point of time, today, it may be a fringe benefit. It was a key benefit then. It's a fringe benefit today, but the benefit continues. I mean, the proportion only changes. Now, I mean, stepping completely into one of the newer organizations in this domain, Akhil, few. I mean, you came into India just about 4 years ago, right? I mean, I think
2 years ago.
2 years ago, sorry. So, I mean, obviously, then the decision was probably taken a little, probably 2.5 years ago. What prompted you to come in at this stage? And probably, if I may ask, what prevented Adidas from coming into India the last couple of a decade or so?
Sure. So you're absolutely right. So we might think that it took a bit more time for Adidas to come into India. We're just 2 years in India from a GBS, and again, it's a GBS organization. There's not a lot of tech we are doing right now out of Chennai. But the caveat here is that GBS as a concept is not new to Adidas. It's been there for 2 decades. But what Adidas at that time had decided is to arbitrage within the region itself. So like they set up something in China, they set up something in Eastern Europe, they set up something in South America. So they sort of achieved partial cost arbitrage at that time by setting regional organizations. And those organizations have been now running for 15, 20 years. And it was probably in 2021, 2022, I believe, is where they changed that we now need to have a global center. So rather than having regional pieces, because regional pieces were not they gave the cost arbitrage, but were not giving them the real value of real standardization, automation, all the nice things we do in GBS. So that's where India came in, and that's where when we started looking around India, which is the best place, and it was all about talent, 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 and it was mostly FNA, and Chennai had a good base with low attrition rates and people really sticking and having a lot of experience also, because a lot of companies had done it and there was talent available who we could tap on. So that's been our journey.
Interesting. So I think you've touched upon a very interesting point here, right? I mean, you also said that while we eventually set up a global hub in India, you also talked about doing a few more things in some other countries. I mean, probably I don't know. I mean, if I can pick something out of it, it's about like a hub and spoke model of GCC is what you're talking about. Something near shore where you could do certain things, something global that you could do from a large center like India and so on. Very, very interesting. Probably it could be a model that might evolve eventually, right? I mean, for organizations. Just say, I think both of you touched, I mean, all three of you kind of touched upon the cost factor, all of you touched upon the talent factor, right? I mean, that's been a key driver. And to step back, we said that the basic foundation of getting a GCC into India were again three, right? One is talent, one is technology, and the third is innovation. So just want to step back and say, how have you kind of leveraged both the innovation and the technology development piece? Because I'm sure we all talked of STEM, we have all talked of access to great talent, tech talent. How have you kind of leveraged that, and what has been the contribution of the technology development, the innovation that you have done from your India centers to the global enterprise? Maybe I will start with Ashwin there, and then.
Sure. So as I was talking about the evolution that we made, I think one of the important criteria out there is retention of the right kind of talent. That's important because when you need to innovate, there are 2-3 factors that come together, right? One is your understanding of the function. The other is the expertise of the domain that you are in. But the third more important part is how close can you get to the customer and the needs of the business, though you are far off in terms of geography from there. And that is something that you would build over a period of time through one, having talent over a period of time, tenured, gone through the whole evolution along the organization at different parts, and trying to understand what works specifically for the culture of the organization that we operate in. So as we evolved and we started looking at how we can not only just contribute for the needs of the business, but go a step forward towards solving the business problems, I think that's where the innovation journey also evolved along with it in parallel. So to us, if you just look at the innovation journey, it just started as I will call it as a concept. See, as employees come in, and you also have a very young population. As they come in, they also need a lot of things for them to think and not just do. And this gives you a platform for it. You just throw in some problem statements and ask them, how do you solve it? And there is also a set of experts who have been there, who can also act as mentors, also provide solutions. So it works in terms of you at least throwing up innovation as a concept, going and providing certain problem statements that they can solve for. So that's how it started off. And then you could get incremental benefits out of it. The other biggest advantage that you have for India kind of a system is that your experimentation cost is less. So you can actually do a lot more experimentation. So many times in the US, they look at India to test out things and also look out for whether we can do experiments from here because there is low hurdles for failure as well. So that was the other triggering factor. And then slowly what it has now evolved in is from a concept to an activity to a process. Now it has been imbibed into Verizon as a culture. So what we mean by that is now we are more outcome focused. We are also looking at how the impact for the business could be. Though it may not be like everything is radical and disruptive, how fast can you deliver outcome? And how can your solutions help solve the business and the customer and the employee needs is something that we are moving more towards. And that's how the evolution has really worked. And just to call out one other thing, in our evolution along with technology teams, we also got the business teams in, which also meant that we are able to look at things holistically end to end. And that again provides us the new perspective in terms of coming out with solutions. So that's how I'll call out in terms of how our journey has been on innovation.
Great, great. Thank you, Ashwin. I think if I can just request you to a little elaborate, and I think it might be of interest to say is there and I know that you people have actually done a lot of work in some of the upcoming and the newer technologies. You've done a lot of work from India. So is there anything that you want to call out saying that, this has been the kind of contribution in some of the newer areas? I mean, it could be a 5G or it could be a 4G or whatever that, right?
I think it's publicly available information that Verizon played a key role in terms of 5G launch working out of here. So the engineers out here made it happen. But what we also see that is right now, I think innovation to me works hand in hand in terms of how much you own. So right now, 60% of the strategic programs, 60 to 70% of strategic programs for technology organization gets driven from India. So innovation comes hand in hand with what you provide a solution. So what are the biggest areas or opportunities or challenges for our organization today? It could be customer retention. It could be growth. You see that Verizon India plays an integral part. So there are multiple use cases and multiple examples in terms of how we have made a change towards delivering better customer experiences and also providing better experience for our agents to serve our customers better. And we have also done a lot of innovation in terms of employee experience as well. So it spans across all of those domains because of our proximity and our ability to do more from here.
Great. Thank you. So Hemant, I think, again, I want to ask you something very similar, but I know in your case, it's not pure play product, right? I mean, it's more about when Ashwin is talking about innovation, it's largely product development, research and development of a product. But in your case, it's more about process innovation. It's more about solution innovation. So how have you been able to kind of leverage that to contribute to the global enterprise? Both, I mean, I know it probably can't kind of quantify it in terms of any bottom line and things like that, but in terms of efficiencies, in terms of customer experience, because that becomes very critical in
Sure.
like that.
In fact, I liked when Ashwin said, also got the business teams, working with the business teams, because I run a business team.
True.
So I'm not a technology guy, I'm a business guy, right? So at Fidelity per se, I think innovation is in the DNA. So we've been there for 75, 76 years.
Yeah.
And we've been innovating our products. We are first one to launch several things across the industry in terms of products as well. When it comes down out here, the whole environment that we have created for innovation, that is big. Whether it is the technology folks, whether it is the ops analytics people, whether it is the business people, right? So, and like you rightly said, how are the efficiencies coming in? Can we make complex simple?
Yes.
Can we automate things which are manual currently? So there's a lot of focus out there. At the same time, there is also a focus on product. How do we come up with new products as well? A lot of innovation goes in there. So the teams in India, if I were to tell, there have been some products where the development teams in India have contributed a lot. There have been the whole applied research centers set up out here for certain products. There's a product that we have, and it's public, where it's more on RegTech, we call it, the regulatory technology, right? Which helps our financial services companies, our clients who are financial services, to be able to review and approve public communication, and thereby, say, mitigating the brand risk, the reputational risk, the regulatory risk, etc. And the teams in India have been big component of that whole cutting edge technology with AI. So that's where the whole innovation comes in. The people in the company are allowed to think something new, come with things which don't exist, and then go up applying for patents. So that's the level, the spectrum of innovation that I'm talking about.
Great, great. No, see, that's, I mean, I think diverse perspectives, but I think eventually, whether you call this R&D or call it innovation, I think it's adding to the efficiency of the organization. Yes,
Yeah,
Ashwin.
maybe I will add, because when you talk innovation, a lot of times we also look inwards and not outwards, right?
Yes.
So one of also important area that we have been investing on is also startups.
Okay.
I think as much as you look internally to solve business problems, there is definitely a great merit for you to get into look at startups to provide you solutions. They either provide you solutions that get into POCs and then solution, or they also help you co-create solutions. So that's also been a model that has worked for us. And that's also a very, very important model. And that's where for you to thrive an ecosystem along with whatever you come in becomes very important.
Yeah, I mean, I can't agree more with you because, see, I think you've said it, right? I mean, the agility that the startup brings for that development of that solution is way, way, way much more and better than what a large enterprise would bring. Absolutely agree. Yeah, and coming back to you, Akhil, I think I know it's probably 2 years for you, but in terms of how have you been able to leverage this? And I'm sure while you have come probably much later than the rest, I'm sure you've jumped into the fast lane quickly, right? I mean, unlike going through all the four gears. So what have you done, and how are you contributing to the bottom? I mean, the larger organization.
Yeah, Shrikant, so you're right. So we've actually hit the top gear itself.
Perfect.
And pleased to inform you that though a lot of companies have gone through that process, uh, our global head of innovation sits out of India in Chennai.
Fantastic.
So we are actually bringing in thought leadership in India rather than going through the rigor of execution, take on execution, then take on some process ownerships. So innovation as a subject itself is led out of India. And we are now also, in my second role, you might have seen that I am the India hub lead, but I'm also global procurement. So as procurement, I lead the procurement practice for the company from here. So we've already started bringing in that thought leadership in Chennai because we've seen that this is where I think India really adds value. And it's not just a cost game, it's a value game.
Yeah, but I just maybe I want to kind of touch upon all the three on this point with all the three of you, and maybe if you can spend a minute to say how you've been able to manage this whole distinct difference, right? I mean, at least for a couple of you, you don't have direct business in India. In your case, you might have direct business in India, but it may not be. You won't have the end customer, right? It's not a B2C for you. But how have you been able to leverage? How you able to manage that challenge despite not having the end customer or the business in India? How you've been able to manage the innovation piece and enhance your customer experience?
I think, again, it comes along with maturity. I think I did call that out in my first answer and I spoke about the way your domain expertise evolves. Along with that, your engagement mechanisms also evolve.
Okay.
So what I mean by that is when you start off, you would be more an order taker. There will be somebody from the US providing you, these are the ones that I need you to take care of, and then you take care of them. Then you start managing programs. Then right now we are at an area where we are part of the decision-making table. So there's no differentiation made in terms of a leader that sits out here and the leader who's sitting out there in the US.
Yes.
So what does it mean is that you are in direct connect to what are the key business problems and you hear it firsthand. It's not a relay that comes in where you lose it in translation loss, right? The other part, what we have really helped is that there are enough initiatives that's been put in out here. Like one of the initiatives is what we used to call it as call listening before, where we used to literally sit out here and listen to what could be those calls that the agents are making. And that actually provides you a lot of insights in terms of what the customer is thinking about. So there are many ways, but the best way is you don't have a translation and you become integral part of the organization that you belong to. So there's no differentiation of a talent sitting out there in the US to a person sitting out in India, which means that though you're not physically closer, you're still able to make the difference in terms of providing the best of solutions.
Just add on to what Ashwin is saying, I think 80% similar to what he said in terms of you being closer to the customer through your extended teams.
Yes.
Whereas, like he said earlier, maybe it was like order takers, execute, deliver. Now it is all same team.
Yes.
It's just another location. It could just be, say, a Boston or a Chennai, a Bangalore, and things like that, right? So that closeness is coming in. Calls, of course, yes, people get to hear calls, so understand at least what is the pain points of the customers. One thing is, I think, having said all of that, we are still miles away. We are still not
Yes.
seeing the customers, right?
Yes.
So if there are people who are joining the company new, how do you get them really understand what it is? So that is where you also have this whole learning culture which comes into play.
Very true.
Are we able to build that whole onboarding in a particular fashion where you get the team and the associates much closer to the customer sooner, right?
Absolutely.
How can you think about customer? Because only when you start thinking about customer is when you will deliver for the customer, right?
Yeah.
So that's
And-
how
and-
it is.
No, absolutely. And I think you have a different challenge, right? I mean, you have an end user kind of a customer, right? The experience levels that a consumer expects is very different than an enterprise. So how do you manage this?
Absolutely, and the way we've tried to manage it with what we've set up in Chennai is really looking at the talent profiles also.
Okay.
So rather than going out and just hiring agents, we are picking up people from the industry itself
Makes sense.
who've been doing that function or that process. They know the customer, and not having to build that business knowledge, bring that business knowledge into the company right away. And GBS at one point, I know over 2 decades, was sort of not a glamorous job, but slowly I think it is becoming, it's there now. People do strive, youngsters do strive to work for GCC organizations and GBS organizations, and that's something also is helping us attract people directly from the industry, from the business, which makes it easier to build that connection between the process and the customer.
Absolutely, and I think we've come a long way from there to today. Everybody wants to work only for a GCC. I think we've come. It's the other extreme is what we've come to. So we've kind of touched upon the basic fundamental reasons why each organization is present in India. It could be talent, it could be skill, it can be leveraging the startup ecosystem, the innovation ecosystem. But obviously, all of this it cannot happen without somebody there at the top thinking, how do we do this? I mean, there has to be a mind there. So I think leadership plays a critical role. So I just want to touch upon this and see how have you been able to do this as an organization, one, and secondly, how do you think this will also help leveraging this position to catapult yourself or your organization to the next higher layer in coming times? Maybe with you, we could start with Akhil.
So it's early days for us, honestly, and we are, and just over lunch as a panel, we were also discussing. So as Adidas, we are still proving the case. We are right now in 2 years proving that yes, this is viable, this is working, and this is the future for Adidas, and this goes right into the board, and nowhere below it. It goes right into the board where the CFOs, the CIOs, the brand people, the marketing people, they really see the value, what we are delivering and how we deliver it. And just to give you an example, there was one case which we brought forward to the board in December. Really, the consumer piece, which we were saying, a very simple process of cash management.
Yes.
Being what we are as a retail company, there are millions and millions and millions of orders we manage on a monthly basis. How do we improve the experience of a customer who's going on an Adidas website, ordering something and returning that and expecting a refund?
Correct.
That innovation and that ease of process was developed here in Chennai and implemented through simple bots and simple stuff, nothing too big out there. And that really impacted two board members. The finance guy, the CFO, started seeing a lot of cash coming in. And the e-com people, our brand director, he was happy that the customer service was experiencing, and over Black Friday, there was 80% more traffic on our websites, just because people knew that they're going to get their returns and refunds
Correct.
timely.
And see, again, I mean, you may not want to quantify, you may not be able to quantify that today in terms of dollar, but I think that's the case you're building for the future, right? So it kind of helps. Ashwin?
So when you talk about leadership, and you did tell that leadership comes from the top, but interestingly, as an organization evolves, those who worked in the organization are now the leaders, right? Who worked in the lower ranks. So what we have also seen as an evolution are people who have evolved along with the organization, and what is also important is they have evolved in terms of what is required in terms of skills and capabilities. I think logically that is something that all of them take care of. If you are really invested as a leader, that's the first step that you do. But what is important and what I've seen is that many a times when you're order taker, you keep waiting for that day when you would be the decision maker. And then when you really need to take a decision, you don't know what to do. Right? So to me, today the important part is building the right kind of business and strategic acumen, looking at the bigger picture. That is something that's coming out as a very, very important global leadership trait. You're no longer solving a small problem. You're actually looking at things holistically. So what it means as a leader is that right now a leader sitting out in India no longer can just worry about their own functions. They need to start thinking about what is the adjacent function, what is a unified value play that we are going to bring in, which means what happens is that you should start getting a cross-functional exposure or a cross-domain exposure. Not that you need to be master of all of them, at least you need to know the exposure and how the whole dots get connected.
Yes.
I think that to me is what will differentiate. And as GCCs keep getting more and more evolved, you will get the quantity, you will also get the quality of work. But then what will be left for us to solve for is the mindset. So once we solve that mindset and we continue to start thinking big picture, which also means risk taking. Many times because we are so tuned to get to know what the other person wants us to do, it is always that we don't go proactively and tell this is something that we can solve. So there's more mindset to me that we need to change, and maybe the acumen for us to look at it a little bit more broad based. I think that to me is the differentiator for a global leader of today to operate from here.
Absolutely. Hemant, I mean, how would you kind of...
So the way I would look at it is from a leadership perspective, you also need to have a buy model. When I say buy model, what I mean is one, as a GCC, you will have to keep the lights on. That's like the crux of it, right? When you deliver hygiene. So how do you also look at investments into things which say lights on is good, what next? What is the value that we deliver?
True.
Right? So that is where the leadership comes in place.
Yes.
And a lot of investments goes in there, a lot of thought process goes in there, right? In terms of how do you innovate, how do you put your seat at the table, and then ensure that you are part of the solution and not necessarily just creating the solution, right? So I think that aspect of leadership in terms of being able to think futuristic is very important. It's not just the present, but also futuristic. Look at what are technologies that are coming now, which possibly may sound weird, but then maybe the leaders in the future, how do you go invest in them, right? So Fidelity as an organization, for example, right, we've been investing into a lot more new products, which 5 years ago may have seemed, but now they're making revenues.
How do you prepare for the future? Absolutely. Maybe I know I'm getting probably closer to the close the session, but one last thing, and I know we are sitting in a state where all three of you have been doing well. You've grown yourselves as an organization. You've been contributing a lot, and I'm sure there are a lot of good things that we have to say. Is there one big thing, and I will probably start with Hemant there. Is there one big thing that you think the state can do, or the state should do, if we want to catapult the growth of the GCC ecosystem even further? I mean, today it contributes to, I think, roughly about 10% of the GCC of India. If it has to really significantly go up, one big thing that comes to your mind?
See, what I would say is the state is actually very well positioned currently. because a lot of other places are getting packed, right? And the state is well positioned in terms of talent, availability of the uh, upskilling, which is possible, which is around. And I would also like to appreciate the state, right? The ministry coming up with events like this.
Yeah,
Now,
absolutely.
this builds a very good platform, and then NASCOM brings people together as well from a whole GCC environment. So, can we do more of these?
Okay.
Because that will bring all the groups together, all the companies together into different streams, industries, technology, that they could come together. Two, what can also happen is, currently, if you notice, and I'm sure with Ashwin and Akhil, you can endorse as well, is a lot of our own either vendors or clients in some form also have GCCs here. You may have service providers, your network providers, your cloud providers, right? Your digital, your market makers, all of them also having GCCs here.
Yes.
How do we engage much better to be able to connect,
Fantastic.
right? And maybe deliver a local solution. When I say local solution, for the global entity, but however, how do we get together, right? I think if that can happen more,
Yeah,
nothing
yeah.
like it.
Today, the chain of communication goes at both ends to the parent company, and it probably meets 1,000 kilometers away and then comes back, which probably can have here, probably in the same city too.
Yeah,
Very, very
speak
well
and then
said.
things are getting done, right?
Absolutely. Well said. Ashwin?
I think there are three things that tie it together, right? Which is talent, infrastructure, and ecosystem.
Yeah.
And he did carry all of those concepts, all of the thought process in terms of what it means by talent, what does it means by infrastructure. Again, I think we have pretty decent infrastructure. Though we keep perceiving on the smaller negatives that we have, and we keep positioning it higher than what the advantages that we have as a location. And then we also have the ecosystem. If you look at every metric that you take about the state, we are right at the top in majority of them, in terms of what it means, be it ease of doing business or all of that. I think where we miss, and to an extent I also agree to him, is somewhere we are not having a clear positioning of what our value proposition as a state is. There is definitely an opportunity for us to say this is what this stands for. This is what we stand for. There are certain industries where we have already made a lot of progress. There are certain industries where we haven't. But we have to be very, very clear on how we need to position. If our positioning is to be diversified, great. But we have to be very clear about it. If our positioning should be focused, then we have to be very clear about it. I think somewhere, while we have all of the metrics supporting us, except for some, there is a perception around there, which we need to get it closer to reality as how Tamil Nadu could be the best destination. And that purely comes in terms of how we position it as a holistic story.
I think it's...
If I can take 30 seconds more, sorry, Shrikant. Sure. I know we had up at time. Tamil Nadu as a state, right, is also always been a state which is flaunting manufacturing. Huge manufacturing presence, right? And a lot of MNCs also manufacturing out here. How can we start looking at saying, I know a few of the GCCs also here, but then how can we also try to position the state in terms of the manufacturing GCCs, right? A lot of technology which is required.
The messaging, right?
So that could be
yeah.
Yeah, so pick on the same word, perception. I think as a community, as a state, we should definitely look at the perception piece. We're still not there, for lack of better words, with our competition within India, with our neighboring states. So I think the perception is one piece we should be working on. Whether it's on the infrastructure piece, whether it's on the ecosystem. So fully with the panel here. Besides that, the only last thing I would say is be ready. The writing is on the wall. Nothing is going to stop Tamil Nadu. Or everywhere else, it's really saturated. And it's just that all of us in this ecosystem should be ready to take on the flood.
Absolutely.
And traditionally, we've not been very good in dealing with the floods, but this is a flood we should deal with.
Absolutely. And I think competition will continue to be there, and I think it's healthy competition, so it doesn't really matter, right? I mean, competition continue to be there, and as competition is there, I think opportunity is not getting any lesser. I mean, 20 years back, if we looked at GCCs who came into India, probably they were only the the Fortune 100, Fortune 200. Today, it's way beyond. Today, the mid-sized organizations across the world are also coming up and setting base in India. So I think there's immense opportunity and much more. And then as we speak, we are saying that at least in NASCOM report, we said that we'll move probably from 1,700 to 2,200 GCCs in about 5 years from now, 2030. So which means there is enough and more opportunity. I think I completely agree with you all saying that the messaging is more important rather than everything else. And I think that positioning also matters sometimes, right? I mean, being quiet. I mean, as Indians, we are always like this. We don't want to talk much. Sometimes going and talking and bragging about a few good things is perfectly fine. I mean, it's good to do. So with that, I think thank you very much, gentlemen. I think great insights. Thank you all. And I don't think we have time for questions. May I ask the? Do we have time for a question, if any? Or if not, we'll wrap up. Okay, sure. Thank you. Great. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Check. All right, thank you very much for the very insightful discussion on GCC. So now, may I request Ms. Vishnupriya, Deputy Collector, TNGCA, to felicitate our moderator and also the speakers on stage. So ladies and gentlemen, நல்ல ஒரு பெரிய கைதட்டல் கொடுப்போமா? So here on stage we have Mr. Srikanth Srinivasan, Vice President and Head Membership and Outreach NASCOM, and the speakers Mr. Akhil Kapoor, Vice President GBS Global Procurement and Head of GBS India Adidas, Mr. Ashwin Lakshmanan, Senior Director Strategy and Planning Verizon, Mr. Hemant Tulsian, Vice President Fidelity Investments. Thank you so much. Thank you. Can you guys join for the group photograph, please? May I request the ma'am also to please join? Yeah. Thank you so much, speakers. Thank you. Thank you, dignitaries. Thank you. So the next panel discussion that is going to happen here on the topic, the IT engine driving Tamil Nadu's economic growth. And this is going to be very interesting one. And may I request the moderator, Mr. Srinivas Iyengar, Vice President, Healthcare and Life Sciences, Happiest Minds, to please join here. All right, so Mr. Srinivas Iyengar has over 25 years of experience in the healthcare and technology sectors, managing businesses on a global scale. He is an active contributor and speaker at various business schools focusing on healthcare and technology. Additionally, he serves as an professor at Dayananda Sagar University. And now, may I request the speakers to please join here on stage. May I request Mr. Rajashekaran P., Chief Product Officer, Bhagwan Cybertech, to please join here. With close to 3.5 decades of experience in the IT sector, Mr. Rajashekaran P., as Chief Products Officer CPO, heads the Product Engineering Division at Bhagwan Cybertech. In the role of CPO, Raj spearheads the development of BCT's flagship products in the predictive analytics, metro rail, and digital supply chain management space. Now, may I request Mr. Tej Paul Butler, SVP, TCS, to please join here on stage. Requesting the ladies and gentlemen to join with me, give a good clap and encourage them. All right, so Mr. Tejpal Butler is the Senior Vice President at Tata Consultancy Services. He has been leading a business unit since September 2008, focusing on business planning, global delivery, people management, IT strategy, and management. Now, may I request Mr. Rajashekaran Shankaralingam, SVP, Head of Sales, Enablement and Client Solutions, Movate, to please join here on stage. And with over 30 years of experience across fields such as sales enablement, client-centric solutions, delivery, and account management. He is so good at so many roles in his own brand. And may I request Mr. Muthu Govindarajan, partner data engineering of Tiger Analytics, to please join here on stage. He's an accomplished leader with over 20 years of experience in data engineering, data science, and AI, specializing in building data warehouses, big data platforms, and cloud-based ecosystems. Thank you so much for joining in this panel discussion, and I'm handing over to the moderator now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Am I audible? Okay. Thank you so much. And thanks to the event organizers for giving us an opportunity to speak here. So before we start the panel discussion, so I'll set the stage for this with one small incident that happened to me as an example. So I was meeting one of my friend from Madurai, who's a serial entrepreneur there. And I was asking him, how did he start? What's his next big thing? So he was saying that he wants to start an IT company. And he went and told his parents from Shivakasi that I want to start an IT company. So his parents asked him, "Evlopa profit?" So he said 25%. So they were like, Patta's business, we have 100% profit. So why do you really want to start an IT company with 25% profit? So then he said, no, I'm developing products. So then they again told him, product business, by the time you get your revenue profits, it will be 2-3 years. In Patta's business, next month you have profit. So what is your reason behind starting a tech company? So finally he had to say, it's because of my passion that I'm starting. For that, they didn't have an answer. So they said, okay, fine, go ahead and start the business. This, I can say, can happen only in Tamil Nadu, nowhere else in India, where you have diversified businesses, where people can start Patta's business, heavy industries, electronics, automobile, IT sector, everything in one state. Probably it's only Tamil Nadu. Thank you so much. So there are states which is very focused on one sector, like Karnataka focusing on IT, Kerala tourism, Maharashtra finance and other industries. But this is one diversified state which has that ability and quality. So my first question to all of you is, with numerous industries thriving in Tamil Nadu, unlike other states, do you think IT has space here? And why? Maybe, sir, we'll start with you.
Thanks, Srini, for a nice intro and a good story as well, right? All of us know Tamil Nadu leads in multiple industries, right? As I said, right, manufacturing hub. We call Detroit of India with automotive. Then we talk of renewables. We are number 2 in India, right, with wind, and we have the biggest wind belt along with Gujarat. Right? And then you talk of leather, number 1 in India. You talk of textiles, Tirupur, right? Again, we are number 1 within India. So these industries diversified, and then we are getting into defense, we are getting into electronics manufacturing. Again, we are leaders in that, number 2 in India. So the state has a significant diversified industry powered by, thanks to our GCC audience who were just finishing the earlier conversation, powered by lot of distributed global organizations who have their manufacturing hubs, their auxiliary units, and what powers behind all of them is technology. So the emerging technologies, I mean, we all started with IT systems way back. So the IT systems, the support services, the KPO, BPO services, the product ecosystems. So all this power, these industries. And so why I feel Tamil Nadu is one notch above, or it is in the top 5. If you take any statistics across India, it might figure either in the top 1 or in the top 5 across, including population, by the way, on capitals and states which are of that league. We can't compare Goa and Tamil Nadu, of course. So, but it stands out in its economic importance, right? And for those people who know, The GDP of Tamil Nadu is around 24 lakh crores, or roughly around $290 to $300 million. And IT contributes to 5%. We are not Karnataka or our neighboring state where it could be 30%. But what is important here is our 5% is big enough across multiple industries, like IT, powering these industries. I feel the multiple factors behind it, like innovation, right, talent, which we'll talk in detail as we go through it. But I would like to conclude saying that what is pushing all these industries is the innovation and IT technology that powers it.
Thank you so much, and thanks for bringing Tirupur. So I lived in Tirupur for many years before moving to other cities. So, and I'm pretty sure IT will contribute more than 5% to the $1 trillion economy dream. So thanks a lot. Mr. Tej, same question for you.
Yeah, Srini, hi. See, if we talk about IT today, IT is no longer a standalone industry as such, right? It's IT has become really all pervasive, right? So a lot of work that happens today from an IT perspective is never, isolated work, such as, IT industry is doing this, right? It's all a question of ecosystem. So when we say IT in context of Tamil Nadu, so having all these other industries around us is actually beneficial, and that's an advantage that, that should be exploited. Because today, to create solutions are no longer standalone IT solutions. You have to have the solution working in that specific context, right? Autonomous cars is the perfect example, right? Today it has more IT in the car than any of the other components that make up a car, right? So that's one aspect of it. But from my perspective, from our company's perspective, TCS, we've been a huge beneficiary of this ecosystem. Started many years ago, but we have capacity of 60,000 workstations, 86,000 people working in Tamil Nadu for customers across the globe. And not only working on, what you call as typical IT projects, but a lot of our people, 200 of our consultants sit together in IIT Chennai to do research and innovation work, for example. So that's really, leveraging the talent that is available and the ecosystem that is available to create more and more innovative solutions. So I think, the state is very much there. And other perspective I wanted to give was that, given our current positioning globally from an IT perspective, I think the opportunity is huge. So it's not just one state or one city. I think we can have many large mega cities focusing on IT to capture that demand that's out there. So a good competition, but a lot of opportunities at the same time.
Fantastic, thanks. I liked what you said, it is no longer a standalone industry. So about 30 years ago, in Coimbatore and Tirupur, we were trying to see how best we can automate the entire process of converting an yarn to a cloth and to a t-shirt. So there's a lot of abnormal loss at that point of time. So automation helped quite a bit, the IT automation. So thanks for bringing up the topic. And over to you, sir.
Thank you, Srini. Hello. Yeah. Thanks, Raj and Tej. You very much summarized how IT is going to have a great role in Tamil Nadu with other industries thriving in, right? Tamil Nadu presents itself with exceptional opportunity, having sorry. Excuse me. Yeah, Tamil Nadu presents exceptional opportunity for IT to thrive with its unique ecosystem that seamlessly integrate with other industries. We know that Tamil Nadu is a home for many well-established industries like automotive, textiles, and also manufacturing. I'm going to quote some of the industries examples, right? Automotive, as Raj mentioned, Chennai is the Detroit of India, as it's a home for many automobile industries, automobile companies like BMW, we have Ford, Hyundai. Sorry, am I audible? Ford, Hyundai, and Ashok Leyland, TVS, right? These industries definitely use IT to enable smart manufacturing and automation using IoT, AI, and robotics, right? Predictive analytics can be used to improve the supply chain management. IoT can be deployed in their factories to monitor real-time processes, right? And in the textile industry, especially in Coimbatore and Tirupur, blockchain can be used to ensure traceability and transparency in supply chain and ensure sustainability and compliance in the export market. And also AI design can be used for personalized fashion and reduce wastage there, right? And in the healthcare system, Tamil Nadu healthcare system, we have both public and private players who can hugely benefit from technology solutions like AI-powered diagnostics, and we have telemedicines, IoT-enabled medical devices for patient monitoring, right? So with this, all these integrations, IT sector definitely can modernize the other sectors, but also boost their global scalability and competitiveness, right? And by 2030, we expect IT sector to contribute more than 3 lakh crore to Tamil Nadu GDP, right? In summary, Tamil Nadu has ample space for IT sector to grow with its rich industrial base, with a very robust educational system, and supportive government policies. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot for bringing up the emerging technologies and linking that to different industries. It's a very important point. I'll surely come back to you with more detailed question on that in due course. Over to Muthu.
Sure, thank you. So I think we have seen enough examples, right, with the other panelists, so I will not dwell into more examples. Rather, I would get into the space of why is that the Tamil Nadu is going to expand, right? What is the driver behind that expansion? I sincerely think education, the way education is carried out within the state is a very, very serious driver behind this. So when I was looking at, we are talking about 600 plus engineering colleges today in Tamil Nadu itself. So I passed out in the year 2000, and today, right, when you look at fresh grads who are coming out, how different the process that you went through versus what is the process the new grads are going through, right? It's completely different is what I felt. For example, right, one example I want to give you is today Infosys as a company engages with their joiners right from 5th semester today. It's completely different, right? And how do you colleges are definitely going beyond theoretical learning into a lot more skill development programs today. There are most of these engineering colleges from 6th to 7th semesters, they give you completely employment-based learning is what they do. That is a very, very important aspect that is happening across the board in Tamil Nadu today in a lot of engineering colleges, whatever said and done, right? That's a very clear fact that is coming out. The second aspect of it is obviously skill development we talked about. Second aspect is how is the industry partnerships that are happening with education institutions is also a very, very important play that we should definitely not forget about. You talk about, are colleges well aware of what's happening in the industry today? Today they are well aware. So many events are happening within colleges where industries are coming in and talking about what's happening in the industry. One example is, do you know how many varieties of engineering courses that are available with information technology today? You can talk about IT with cybersecurity, IT with AML. You name the space within IT today, there is an engineering specialization today that is happening. To that extent, the curriculum is getting revamped. People's mindsets are changing today. I think we are heading definitely in the very right direction. We will be able to generate the next generation workforce that is required for IT to go to the next level, in my opinion. Okay. I don't want to miss out the last point, which is how is government helping, right? Or rather the NGOs are coming in to supplement that inclusive growth that we need to identify talent across the state, right? And bring them into the IT sector. And that is definitely happening today, specifically in Tamil Nadu. We are known, there are enough research studies that says that Tamil Nadu leads the pack when it comes to inclusive identification of talent and grooming the talent, right? That happens today across the state. Like the way we talk about an Indian cricket team, right? There are Australian commentators who are talking about India has found a way to find talent throughout the country. That's exactly what's happening, if you ask me, in the Tamil Nadu state also. Yeah.
Fantastic. The standout point was the industry academia partnership. So, and the variety of engineering subjects that we have in IT. Thank you so much for that, and how deep we are going into it. My next question will be a little more deeper into the same subject. I'll surely pick your brain on that. We all knew that 20 years ago, IT industry tried building products and they failed. And industry tagged that IT industry can never build softwares because of the mindset issue that they had. And unfortunately, many leaders from IT industry came out and started building products, and they failed too because they tried to build products with the same mindset that they carried from the IT services industry. But if you see today, Chennai is called as SaaS capital of India. Suddenly we see a huge transformation in India, especially in Tamil Nadu, where the products that are being built here are becoming world famous, and they're all becoming billion-dollar plus industries sought after everywhere in the world. I'm really curious to know how this transformation happened and how Tamil Nadu is becoming the SaaS capital of India. So question to you is, because you are in the SaaS world, you're building products for your company, you've got a lot of expertise in this, you've been there, done it. So please let us know how this has been happening.
Thanks, Srini, for a fantastic question. 3 decades back, I mean, I used to work with a company called Ramco Systems. Quite a few of you might have heard about it. There was, to my knowledge at that time, there was the first company out of Chennai building a global ERP product, right? It was started in 1989, and Bill Gates came and launched in Mumbai, right, to the third version of the product ERP that was released. And everyone was thinking, okay, how could India build a product? And of course, it was completely on Microsoft technologies, by the way, at that time. But that was that decade, 3 decades back. Then the next decade saw pumping in of the Zohos, the Freshworks, and so what happened suddenly in Chennai, while India was booming on the services sector, along with the product sector, there was a chain effect that started coming, right? The biggest factor, I would say, is the kind of mentor club that got created. Because people came out from Ramco, right? They came into some other products. There were a lot of entrepreneurs that got created out of that. So it started becoming a bubble effect, and then it started creating a big cycle of mentor ecosystem. Then there were startups after startups that started. I mean, we can go on like Zoho, Freshworks, Chargebee, I mean, Kissflow. I mean, you can keep naming them, countless. So that was one very important factor, right? The second important factor in my mind is the talent pool. I mean, quite a few of my panelists mentioned about it. All of us know, right? India produces somewhere around, the number keeps changing, don't hold to me. Right? It varies anywhere from 14 lakhs, 15 lakhs per year engineering students, and we all debate about how effectively they are coming out of college in terms of making them market ready, right? But this talent pool, if you just look at it from Tamil Nadu, it's almost 1/6. Close to 2 to 2.4 lakh engineers come, right, from those 500 odd colleges. That number again keeps changing based on accreditation. But what has come out is the research that goes inside this. So starting from, thanks to IIT Chennai, right, IIT Chennai is the #1 IIT in terms of research led that also supports incubation center. IIT Madras Research Park, many of us know, we have worked, we have contributed, we have been there. That pumps research, where they have their incubation center manages 200 startups, right? And that's one, again, powerhouse which has accelerated. And so I feel there is a startup cult that started creating, followed by we had tech talent legacy that helps us, right? Including colleges, right? College of Engineering Guindy, then we have MIT, then Shastra. Shastra had been known for doing quite a few R&D initiatives that they take up. the VITs, the SRMs. I mean, the list goes on, right? It's a blend of government as well as private colleges, but each one of them created a set of entrepreneur culture, right? That is again creating the momentum for the startup. The third important thing, obviously, at the end of it, right? VCs, when they have to fund it, they need to have the innovation, they need the innovation mindset along with cost advantage. So Chennai, again, among all the metros, right, still is very competitive when it comes to hiring people, right, in volumes, but quality. Right? So startups need quality because they're not going to hire volumes. So availability of the best talent pool beyond the college class house, right? So that was again a very good place. I would also tell the recent government policies, right? Tamil Nadu state government in their startup policy that they launched in 2023 had put a vision saying that by 2032, Tamil Nadu should be in the top 20 global startup initiatives, right? By the way, India is now in the 19th or 20th rank in the global startup ecosystem, starting from, we all know Silicon Valley, right? Number one, anyone who comes to IT will always remember, what is your destination? Silicon Valley, right? Probably many might not know where exactly it's in the US, but then they say, I need to go to the Valley. Okay, so Silicon Valley stands out in terms of the culture, right? In terms of investment, in terms of number of startups that have come, followed by New York, Los Angeles. There's a big list, right? London and things like that. So India is figuring out in the 19th or 20th position. So Tamil Nadu is ambitioning as a state to be in that 20th position by 2030. So it's a stated objective. And the mission is to have 15,000 startups, right? Today we have 1,000 startups with 70 established R&D enterprises who fund in R&D. So it's not like building a product, selling it off, making commercially monetizing it and leaving it there, right? So keep funding it because product companies work great only if you are able to stand over the litmus of time. If you are able to sustain it, yes, then you can call yourself as a proud product enterprise. So we have 70 such institutions that have come up. So I feel a combination of government policies, strong tech force, the mindset, the mentor culture, and costs are all the reasons why Tamil Nadu will continue doing it and give a equal opportunity challenge to other states. Say at the end of it, it's win-win, right? It's not one state with the other state, but we create a good enough competition and that space is wide open for us.
Thank you so much. It was wonderful. You talked about quite a lot of things, specifically the tech talent available in the volume that you can get. I just want to add on one more thing. The most important thing for me, we have offices India-wide, worldwide. We have offices in Tamil Nadu, Madurai, Coimbatore, Chennai, everywhere. What makes difference to us, apart from the tech talent and the volume business, is the commitment of the people. Especially this one word I keep hearing, Nam Company Da. So that is lost in many of the states that we have our offices today. So Tamil Nadu is which has still retained that thing. Thank you so much for bringing up. So the next question is, we all talked about different industries on how IT is aiding, and TCS is in the forefront of building or helping these industries to make a difference to them. So my question to you, Tej sir, is can you share specific case studies and examples where IT has had a transformative effect on healthcare, education, agriculture, or governance in Tamil Nadu? We know that TCS government business is big time helping Indian government and many different states for transforming themselves into wonderful things.
Sure. Yeah. So I'll come to the specific case studies, but I think since we are touching around innovation, I just want to and the products as such, right? I think it's true that we've not made a lot of, let's say, consumer-focused products, IT products in India, but per se, I think at least in the B2B business or B2G business, I think there are a lot of innovations happening and products also getting created. I mean, I'll just take two examples and then come specific to some of the areas that you wanted me to focus on. I mean, we have TCS has had a research and innovation center working in Pune since 1979, right? So there's always been a focus to create how can we do easy make IT easier, right? I think that's been the focus, and we had a product called Mastercraft, which internally has been a huge success for us. But yes, it's a B2B, not a B2C kind of a product. If you look at our core banking solution, which is called Banks, and we have a huge presence of Banks team in Chennai, in Tamil Nadu. I mean, State Bank of India, the largest bank, uses the bank's product of TCS. So, we do get license money every year. So there's a myth that we don't do products. We do products, but not so much consumer-focused products. But I think more importantly, for products to be successful, obviously you need to have a culture of innovation and keep thinking about new ways of doing things, right? That is what will eventually lead you to create something which hopefully will become a very successful product. Sorry. So healthcare, for example, right? We do work for National Health Authority, NHA, who are implementing, all of us know about this scheme, who are implementing the Ayushman Bharat scheme, for example, right? So one of the unique thing that has been done there, very often we compare Ayushman Bharat with Obamacare. And, I in my heart truly believe that Ayushman Bharat, the way it is implemented, is way better than what was done for Obamacare. And what is at the heart of it? There is a very innovative solution, right? All of us know about stock exchange, right? What happens? Buyers and sellers placing orders in the same platform, and an engine doing the matching and routing the order to a appropriate buyer or a seller. The team there have actually conceptualized the same thing and created what they are calling it as National Health Claim Exchange. So the idea is that any provider, any hospital could submit a claim on that exchange, and depending on who is the insurance company, right, who is the payer, the exchange will route the order or the claim to that payer. And the whole thing is completely automated. It's not just bringing in the efficiency, but I think imagine the amount of data that is coming in, because one of the biggest problem in healthcare across the globe is standardization, right? Because you don't have standardized data about diseases, you don't have standardized data about the treatments given. So I think another big step that they have taken forward is to make sure that all these claims which will pass through this exchange will only use standardized data. So that gives you access to so much data that a lot of AI ML work can then be done using that data, right? And that was just one example. I think as far as e-governance is concerned, you're right that we've been the biggest player in the government sector in India. Everybody knows about passport project that we do. So I made a commitment to myself today that I'm not going to talk about passport project because everybody knows about it. But some of the other works we do, maybe more specifically within the state of Tamil Nadu, for example, we run the registration platform for the registration department in Tamil Nadu. The project has been quite successful, running successfully for the last 10 years. We are now thinking in how to bring in all the new technology like AI, ML, blockchain, etc., that my colleagues were talking about. That's one example of the project we do. We are modernizing the Tamil Nadu police through the next generation CCTNS system. Again, we're always thinking beyond just doing the data processing, how to now really bring intelligence into the system so that the analytics around crime, specific area, what kind of crimes are happening, who are the typical victims, right? How to build the whole ecosystem of safety for citizens using the data that is getting created in such systems. So those are two examples I wanted to talk about, but many more. But I think in the interest of time, I'll stop there.
I think he should be given a big hand. Thank you very much. You touched upon quite a few points. And you have that requirements document for Tamil Nadu Traffic Police Management System, right, on how to catch the offenders. So we look forward to reading that. Thanks a lot. Ayushman Bharat Health Mission, a very good example that you gave. We're all looking forward to it. I understand it's totally different from Obamacare. So nobody understands how healthcare system works in US. So, but this is going to be a true change maker for us. In late 90s, early 2000, when we all went to US, settled down there, looked at the IT systems, we were always wondering, why is this not happening in India, right? So thanks to TCS for especially the passport project. It was a great deal for all of us, made our lives much easier. Thanks a lot, great talk. Let me go to Mr. Raj for the next question on, you talked about AI, IoT, blockchain. I want you to go a little more deeper into how these emerging technologies are being integrated into state-led projects to improve governance and citizen services in Tamil Nadu, please. And along with that, if you can also talk about what are the biggest challenges and opportunities in adopting these technologies at a state level.
Very interesting question. Thank you, Srinivas. And thank you, Tej sir. Of course, TCS is the front runner for using the emerging technologies and bringing, especially for the smart cities and of course, smart India, I would say. Passport is one very good example, right? So Tamil Nadu has been proactive in adapting emerging technologies to transform governance and enhance citizen services. I would call out at least 4 emerging technologies with examples. Right, first one being AI, which is the buzzword for almost in the technology area. AI being used extensively in the governance to make data-driven decisions, streamline processes, and deliver personalized services for our citizens, right? And some of the examples in AI in healthcare. We have reduced medical diagnosis times by at least 40%, and approximately 10,000 lives has been saved annually in government hospitals. In education, we see at least 20% higher pass rate in public exams. In agriculture, the yields has been increased by 15 to 20%, benefiting over 1 lakh farmers. Right? In the governance, AI chatbot have handled over 5 million citizen queries over the past decade, reducing governance resolution time by 50%. Second one I would like to bring is the IoT, a very emerging technology, I would say. We were discussing just before this panel started. Srinivas being in that area, they are trying to bring the preventive healthcare. Basically, IoT is going to play a major role there, right? And IoT technology is enhancing real-time monitoring and decision making in various government-led projects. Some of the examples I would quote here: in agriculture, IoT-driven precision farming has reduced water consumption over 40%, saving approximately 10 billion liters of water annually, right? Healthcare, IoT-enabled monitoring devices is saving the lives and reducing the response time by at least emergency response time at least by 30%. And in smart cities, right, like some of the top tier companies are helping India and Tamil Nadu to build the smart cities. Especially initiatives in Chennai and Coimbatore have optimized the energy usage, savings 200 crore annually in the electricity costs. And industrial IoT. Adoption of industrial IoT has increased production efficiency by 15 to 20%, contributing additional 1,000 crore annually to the state GDP. Right. Third one I'd like to call is the blockchain, which is the technology being used to ensure transparency, traceability, and security in various governance areas. Right. Number one, predominantly used in land records. Blockchain-based land records have reduced property disputes by 30%, saving judiciary disputes approximately 500 crore annually in legal cost. And in supply chain, blockchain agriculture has increased farmer income by 10 to 15% due to transparent pricing and better market access. It also brings the right price or fair price to the farmers. And governance, Tamil Nadu blockchain enabled welfare distribution system has saved 250 crores annually by eliminating fraud, right? Fourth one I would like to call is the automation and robotics. Tamil Nadu has been pioneer in leveraging automation and robotics across various government departments, enhancing efficiency and transparency, including the service delivery. Right? Some of the examples I would quote: manufacturing, Chennai predominantly uses that. Increased production by 20%, adding 5,000 crore annually to Tamil Nadu's industrial economy. Supply chain, robotic surgeries in healthcare have reduced patient recovery time by 30%, benefiting 50,000 patients. And e-governance, automated e-governance system has reduced document process by 60% savings, over 10 million citizens efficiently, more efficiently. With that, we have more technologies are emerging, right? What I would say, conclude is emerging technologies are projected to add 50,000 crores annually to Tamil Nadu GDP by 2025. And employment opportunities in these technologies is expected to grow 25%, creating 5 lakh new jobs over the next 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, please.
Just to add, I think thanks to Raj, where he had detailed a huge list of departments and thing, and from a practicality like passport, right, everything, I think transparency has improved a lot. I think as common, right, forget about as technologists, as common man, when we go to passport, right, there's no middleman, right? So you get your services, it's transparent, it's online, you get SMS. That has improved in many departments. Land registration, urban local body. We have done urban local body of 400 plus e-services with 1.5 lakh transactions happening, right? And the government, Tamil Nadu government collects 5,000 crores every year with a 15% year-on-year improvement in the last 4 years. So these are all, again, I mean, when you go to corporation sites, municipality sites, you can do birth certificate registration without any interference. I mean, I think the touch we all feel, like when we look up to developed countries and look at India, how citizens are having ease of doing business with the government, with other departments and functionaries, single window clearances. I think this decade, I think, is going to be a transformative decade for our country and our state, where we are going to see more and more ease of doing various services. I think the big list he narrated includes quite a few of that, and I'm sure it's going to make a lot more, I would say, ease of doing, powered by IT.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for bringing the numbers. It was really nice to know more about these different industries, and also what you said in the last, citizens' ease of doing business with government is very important. Thanks a lot. With that, Muthu sir, you've been patiently waiting. I've got one important question for you. What are some of the successful e-governance models implemented in Tamil Nadu that has improved the citizen services, right? So, and also how can IT be leveraged to make governance more citizen-centric and inclusive? Probably that would be add on to what he mentioned.
Yeah, I'll take a lead from that. E-governance in Tamil Nadu, right? I'm sure all of you know about TNEGA, right? That the agency that was formed, that is actually leading all the efforts in terms of automating the citizen services for Tamil Nadu. I don't know how many of you have physically visited an e-service center, e-seva center, right, today. If not, I think you should visit at least to look at what's happening there. There are 50 plus departments who are offering various citizen services today. 130 plus services that are actually available in the e-seva portal. If you go to the e-seva portal, you can see all of that today. You go to e-seva center, right? All of this is well automated today. What do you mean by that? let's say somebody in a rural area wants to get an income certificate or a community certificate, anything for that matter. So you talk about fire and rescue service, a revenue department service. You talk about in any other aspect of government service that you're looking at. All of this is very, very well automated. It is Aadhaar integrated. For example, right, somebody in rural area doesn't want to make a payment. He can do an Aadhaar based payment just by feeding the biometric. System could detect your bank account. It can detect the service charge from there. You can get this service automated. It triggers a workflow. The corresponding department acts on it. You get an SMS in terms of what's happening. It's very well serviced, very well automated. E-service centers are there. Can you guess how many e-service centers are there in Tamil Nadu today? I was surprised when I saw that number. There are 13,000 e-service centers in Tamil Nadu today that are doing this service to citizens. So that's a remarkable number that we are talking about. So I think we have made significant progress in the last decade. If you look at, right, in terms of what level of citizen services we are bringing to the people on the ground. That is one. Have you seen, if you go to a police station today, right, what is the kind of application they use to track the kind of petitions they get, the kind of complaints they get? Have you, there is a beautiful system called e-file, right? E-office, e-file, okay. What does it do? Today, it has made a lot of these departments paperless. They don't track files, they don't track papers. All of this is digitally scanned, beautifully integrated workflow system that is inbuilt. So as a physical file moves from one table to another, this e-office system actually has options where you configure to this particular officer, on this date, this was sent, and that officer digitally signs on that particular application. It moves. It can even connect departments. A file can move from, let's say, a revenue department to another department. Very, very easily, you can assign to the officer and push the file out. To that extent, departments are automated today, digitized and automated today. I think Sir talked about some examples of land records getting automated. I can give you some AA examples. For example, there is an application launched by Tamil Nadu government called eParvai, which is a cataract detection system app on your mobile, which rural health centers leverage to detect, right? Help the citizens to detect a cataract today. That's an example. A few other examples. In agriculture, there is an application called pest detection. You take a video with your app, it will tell you what kind of pest that has actually infected your crop. So there are many more examples like that. One other interesting example I found is there is a portal called IT Nanban. Okay, that's a portal that is to measure the ease of doing business in Tamil Nadu. So let's say I'm going to start a new business. I can interact with that particular portal in every step of the way before my business gets started, right, in Tamil Nadu. So very, very fine and interesting examples that has built. Having said all of this, where is that we need to go, right? These services are great, but I think what can improve, right, is probably the self-service aspect of it is still lacking a little bit. We need a lot of intermediaries to actually make that happen. So the design aspect of it, the user experience aspect of it is something that we should improve in future is what I'm looking.
Thank you so much. Thanks for bringing up so many
30
initiatives.
seconds.
Yes, please.
I think Muthu's point about e-office prompted me to say this. So, I talked about Tamil Nadu land registration, CCTNS. We're also doing work for guidance in the ease of doing business. So I just wanted to link back to your first comment. All of these solutions are built around an intellectual property called DigiGov. You can read more about it on TCS website. So there is an intellectual property or a so-called product which actually is driving all these solutions.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Leading to this, I want to ask you one more question. This will be the last set of questions. We have 10 more minutes. So we talked about so many industries. Do we have 3-5 minutes? Okay. Will be the last question. So much of applications, so much of data. We all know that data is the new oil. Now, with so much of applications being dealt with, Tamil Nadu will be dealing with oil, right? So my question to you is, what are the best practices for managing the data that the state is having today? Can you throw some light on that, please?
Yeah, sure, Srini. I think that's a very important question in context of the time we are living today. Okay, all of us get spammed with so many calls and always get surprised, where did my data go, right? So I think this question, there are two aspects, very important aspects to this question. One, from a privacy perspective, right? The so-called data privacy or the DPDR Act that the Government of India has recently brought in. And the second equally important question or aspect, more from a government point of view, is about data sovereignty, right? So the first one, how do you manage data, personal data, to ensure that you never breach the privacy of the citizens? Because so much data, as we become users of more and more IT systems, so much data is available, right? So I think thankfully, the DPDR Act has put in very good safeguards in terms of what all needs to happen for a data processor to make sure that the data does not go beyond the intended purpose, right? So many checks and balances have been put in, ensuring that you use all the security measures to say that the breach doesn't happen. Second most important aspect is that any data that you collect using the consent management. And as a citizen, I should have a power to say how long you could retain that data, and after that, you don't have any right on that data. So you have to build in systems which will ensure that you do not only protect the data, but also take care of getting the consent from the citizen and making sure that you use the data only for that duration, right? So those are the things you need to do. Data sovereignty perspective for government, I think, government is rightfully concerned that with the advent of technologies like cloud, how do you ensure that all the critical data stays within the country? And, the governments have full sovereign control on the data. I mean, you should not get exposed to a situation where, the control is outside the country. And if there is an adverse situation, suddenly, you find that you are not able to run your systems as efficiently as you would want to because somebody else has the control, right? So that's an equally important aspect from a data sovereignty perspective. So put the safeguards to say the data must reside within the boundaries of the country. I should have full control, not only on executing the systems, but also all the underlying layers, starting from the application to the network, to the database, to the underlying hardware. Nobody else should have a strategic control which puts those systems at risk, right? So those are some of the very, very important discussions that are happening as we speak today, because it's a very, very, very sensitive and a very important aspect around data today.
Just one more line on that. Let us be careful on what we give as consent in our phone. Right from Google, we are all tracked, right? We don't know how our data is being compromised or used, right? Many times we just go down and then just do the tick box. Just watch out for it.
Thank you so much, panel. I think we've run out of time. Maybe we'll have one question if anybody has. Otherwise, thank you everyone. We talked about why Tamil Nadu industries, use cases, technology, governance, state initiatives, and also data security and sovereignty. So fantastic. Thanks a lot for bringing in a discussion point from a very wide perspective. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. All right. Thank you very much, speakers, and also the moderator who really did well here. Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, here we are going to felicitate our speakers and also the moderator. So may I request Ms. Vishnupriya, Deputy Collector, Tamil Nadu e-Governance, to please join here on stage. And for the last panel discussion, we had Mr. Srinivas Iyengar, Vice President, Happiest Minds, and Mr. Rajasekaran P, Chief Product Officer, Bhawan Cybertech, Mr. Tejpal Batla, SVP TCS, Mr. Rajashekaran Shankaralingam, SVP, Head of Sales Enablement and Client Solutions, Movate. Mr. Muthu Govindarajan, Partner Data Engineering, Tiger Analytics. Requesting all the people to please join together for the group photograph. Maybe in the front. area, please. All right, thank you. Thank you so much, all of you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have the next session on a very interesting topic. But before that, we also need some refreshment, right? So, the tea, coffee is ready outside. So, you can just have it. Have a break for just 10 minutes and you please be back. Thank you. some good energy around the room now. So I hope you all had a good refreshment now after the break. So we will be continuing with the panel discussion. So the next panel discussion on the topic, AI for public good. So for this, we do have the moderator and the speakers. May I request the moderator, Dr. Anbu Thambi, Head Strategy, L&T EduTech, Larsen and Toubro, to please join here on stage. Can we put your hands together, please? So Dr. B. Anbuthambi is a seasoned leader with over 25 years of experience in education, skilling, edtech, and technology industries. Currently serving as the head of strategy and partnerships. And next, may I welcome the speakers now on stage. May I request Mr. Upendra Sai, AI Practice Head, Wipro, to please join here on stage. With over 25 years of experience across various sectors, including telecom, consumer products, technology, and manufacturing, he's doing his best. And now, may I request the next speaker on stage? May I request Mr. Madanra Jayaprakasam, AVP Senior Principal, Technology Architect, Infosys Limited, to please join here on stage. So currently working on creating capabilities and solutions for the digital transformation powered by cloud and AI. So now the topic is going to be AI for public good. And this is going to be a very interesting topic. It's all stay tuned. And I'm handing over the stage to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening and all. Warm welcome to all of you on behalf of this panel, to this group. It's very difficult time, I understand, Just after the lunch, you had one solid session, and now you are here. I'm sure this is almost end of the day. But we will not disappoint you, because this is the most relevant and important topic of today. You go to, the only difficult part is, you go to other sessions also, they will all talk about AI. While we are going to specifically talk about AI for public good, everyone, in all panels, this word called AI will remain as standard. That's the way in which AI is now shaped. I have with me two veterans of this particular domain, the AI practice. Both of them have worked, built, developed, and breathing this space called AI in both large organizations, Wipro and Infosys. We are very privileged to have both of them. Give a big round of applause to both of my co-panelists. I would take the seat of a layman, which is, I would ideally sit that side and ask questions to them, but being privileged, I'm sitting here today. That's all. If you just go back, a few years back, 20, 25 years back, we all started using email, with a very simple one innovation which we all enjoyed. Until then, before email, if you have to send a communication to somebody, it is always through letters, it is always through post, etc. Then came an email that changed our life. And then after some time, we understood a new context called mail merge. That helped us to automate things. There were hundreds of if at all, you are a teacher, if you have 100 students, in one shot you can send mails to all 100 of them. That mail merge automation made our life a little easier. Then after some time it said, okay, now you can customize little more. So you can send a certificate with their names, the student names in the certificate printed, and you can mail merge that PDF document to all of them. So it will pick from the folder and it will send you. It's like little super automation. I would say super automation. Few years back, you would have all seen an advertisement where Shah Rukh Khan, there was an ad, which was the first AI-infused ad. Shah Rukh Khan came and advertised for every small petty shop of the nation, which means if there is a Saraswati store in Porur, there was an ad for Saraswati store built with Shah Rukh Khan telling, buy Cadbury's from Saraswati stores now. In one click, they made 2,000 such ads and they gave it to 2,000 stores. Just go and Google it out. You will see. I think that is the first time when a real super automation with some amount of AI came and we all believed AI is already there. And today, AI is everywhere. People say AI is everywhere. But today's context of what we are talking is AI in public good. When I talk about public good, it is whatever if AI can make a deeper impact on society, whether it be education, whether it be healthcare, inclusivity, climatic change, economics, financial inclusion, if at all no AI is touching the common man, that means AI is already arrived. I don't know the answer. We will figure out the answers from them. But what my submission to this group is, while there are various topics and themes in which AI is running, while innovations are happening around AI in multiple segments and multiple domains, the real power of AI will be taken granted only when it touches a common man. If you remember, 20 years back, we all started learning computers, basics, and we called ourselves as digital literate. Now, a few years back, government took ambition of making sure all are cyber secured citizens, which means they made us little cyber secured literates. Now government is taking an initiative to give AI literacy to everybody. All companies are now giving initiatives of giving AI literacy to everyone, which means this is somehow becoming a new thing which is becoming a fundamental for everyone. AI has become fundamental. CBSE has introduced AI in the curriculum. And if most of engineering colleges are there, you have made everything AI. I mean, all subjects have AI. Last week, there was an AI city announcement saying, now this year they are going to reframe the syllabus to ensure AI paper is there in every single branch of engineering study. Which means to some extent, we believe AI is already there. And academia, thanks to academia, there are good amount of work which is being done in the academia and in the space of AI research. And we will get to that of what is that industry is looking at and how is that we are going to achieve that AI for good, specifically to impact the common man in our nation. To start with, I will request Mr. Madan. So we will have the format of this panel this way. We have 45 minutes. I'll be requesting both of them to give their initial perspectives without any bias based on my question on AI for public good. I'll start with Mr. Madan.
Good evening. It's good to be here. Let me start with building upon what he said, right? AI as a technology is got an ability to change everything that is being done. But what is it fundamentally it is doing is kind of from defining a process and things that we are doing in a more people in a process centric manner. You are able to think automation and autonomous capabilities as a way to do. And why is it very relevant for us in the public good perspective is as a country of this population scale, if you have to improve the quality of life of every citizen with a pure inclusivity across the entire demographics, right? This is one transformational technology which we believe, right, can do that. I'll take some few illustrative examples across some 3-4 domains and talk through it, right? Let's start from the first perspective, like as a citizens, right? How do we experience the government services? We have like citizen service center, like Bangalore has got Bangalore One, e-Seva centers and others. Today, why do people go there most of the time, right? It could be right from your permits, certificates to grievances and others. Now, what is the experience of the customer there? Now, how do we improve? Let's say if it is a grievance handling process, then that nodal agency is coordinating with multitude of government services, aggregating them, and then resolving this complaint. Now, if you have to look at this entire process flow and then make it seamless for the customer, right? Customer in the word, I'm using the citizens as a normal person. If I go into a e-Seva center, how do I experience it? Now, that's a very powerful benefit that will come for a normal citizen. Right? Once you give this integrated view, connect everything with automation, technology, data, everything together, right? You have made a significant change. But this is the first step. But let's look at the true inclusivity of India, right? Most of the digital transformation technologies, the enablement has been largely, if I take the imported technology from the West, it has been English-based. We as a country have got like 20 plus prominent languages. Of course, the number of languages is not countable, but I'm just saying that prominent languages is of 20 plus. Now, how do we ensure that a citizen who is talking any of these languages without any barrier is able to consume all of the services? right? Right from speech to text, text to speech, and all of that. Today, India is at the forefront of developing models, right? Building on the LLM models that we've been talked about for all of the Indian languages. So if you take our own IIT Madras, IIT Chennai, IIT Madras, still it is called that way, right? They are the foundation where the work is done for AI for Bharat, right? The language models for Indian dialects, Indian languages are being built, and that can be embedded now into all the citizen services. Once you do that, now look at the accessibility of this facility. Right now, you can digitally scale the service centers and reach more. See, because personally, I had this one challenge, right? Few months back, I had to do a other update for my son, right? Who, when he crossed 15, I have to go for the biometric update. Getting that process done is today because the ratio of the service centers to the people that we have is still not at the most optimal level. Now, if you increase the service centers with this digital power of AI, what's going to happen is you are able to going to serve the citizens at much higher scale. That's what I think from the citizen service perspective. The other thing that I would like to look at is like India as a country is very vast, right? Crowd. Now, crowd management itself is a discipline by itself, right? That like, how do we ensure, right? It is public safety in a very crowded place. It could be like we had that air show in Marina a few months back, right? If we can track everybody there, right? It could be a simple thing of lost items, lost parents, lost children, right? Today we have the right amount of technology available to completely track what is happening, right? You can pinpoint and find. So essentially, right from a perspective of accident prevention in a crowded place, density analysis, just to ensure that how preventive actions that we can take, and all of that is possible. And added to that is, if you see some notorious elements, you can track and isolate. So it's kind of generally more from a disaster avoidance perspective and improving the safety perspective. That's kind of a phenomenal use case. Video analytics was a starting point, but now we have come a very long way into it. Then the third dimension I look at is like everybody talked about education as a key thing, right? Now again, if you look at the ratio of teachers that we have to the scale of population, then we have quality of education reaching everybody. And how do we make it happen? Right? If you take, for example, NTPL, right, which comes from the IITs, the amount of course that is available is kind of, it has democratized access to that quality of the course. But let's take it one step further, because that is still catering to one segment of, I will still call it elite, right? Because it's only the engineers. Now, if you have to bring a platform which will bring in skills that is required for everybody across the chain, right? If you take in Tamil Nadu itself, right, the non-Madhur Thittam, which has got that education backbone platform that is getting created. Now you can identify each segment, what is the kind of skills that is required for them, deliver those enablement to them, track their progress, and then correct them on an ongoing basis. This is analytics and telemetry that will come from the way in which education is consumed and their quality of life improving now can be fully made things so that we can progressively improve the society. So it's about taking education, tailoring it and delivering it to the right set of people, right? That's the third one. And the fourth one is, again, I will be on the citizen focus side itself, on the welfare distribution system itself, right? Now, as a country of this diverse population, different demographics, economic levels, it is required to reach the needy people with the right level of welfare services to them, right? It could be healthcare that is required for them, financial, job opportunities. Now, all of this, we are at a very good inflection point, because for the very nature of the transformation that happened in India, especially with the UPI, right? We've got a lot of visibility into what is happening across the whole country. It's just not looking at the financial side, but that gives a demographics of the country, the data that is available. Now, if you can apply the intelligence on top of it, you can tailor a lot of the welfare distribution services accordingly. Of course, there are some nuances as well, some interesting things that you would have heard in the paper, right? The UPA transactions crossing limits of a normal person unexpectedly. But having said that, the availability of data is giving us a good platform to look at the technology that we have, from machine learning to artificial intelligence, to kind of deliver much better services for the citizens. So those are some of the broad areas. I'll stop here to let the conversation
Okay,
go.
thank you. Thank you. I think you've already brought in some very important social context. I would like to add one point before I give to Mr. Sai for his opening perspectives. So earlier, few years back, if at all you have a pensioner at home, many of you will have a pensioner at home. Every year they are supposed to produce a life certificate to prove that I am alive. So there was a no time when to get a pensioner, I mean life certificate to prove that you are alive, you need to go get 10 certificates, run 10 days to post to pillar, and finally prove I am alive. And then you have to give it to the bank will give it to the pension office, which may be EPFO. It's a big process. Last few months back, in my village, I found some few people were standing in a queue to do the same process. But then when I came back and checked the system, there is a online portal. You don't even need to go to a service center. There is an online portal. You go and use your Aadhaar login, and the camera opens up, and it takes your image, I mean the pensioner's image, and it decides and it offers life certificate, and it directly goes to the EPFO's office. And it is real. I don't know whether it is AI or automation, because that is the context I will give it to him. But that common man who was running post to pillar few years back, today you go and check with the life certificate receiving from that portal, it is a 10 minutes job. Unfortunately, many are not aware, they are still going and standing in the queue. Maybe that is where this literacy has to come in. But I will now give it to Mr. Sai. Yeah.
Sure. Thanks, Dr. Anbudambi. In fact, he was saying he's a layman. Don't get fooled by that. He's not a layman when it comes to AI. See, this is a very interesting topic because when we talk about impact of AI for large organizations, we are not able to relate to what outcomes we are generating, right? Whereas this is very close to us. You are the person who is having an outcome because of this public good, right? So you as an individual, what do you expect from the state, right? Maybe 3 or 4 things broadly: access to education, access to healthcare, access to livelihood, and maybe a good environment to live in, right? Broadly, these 4 things. So how can AI help in delivering these to the citizens? That's what we want to unpack, right? I think healthcare is an area where there is a lot of potential for AI. We were speaking about this earlier also, but whether have we reached a scale where we can say that today AI helps in healthcare significantly? Perhaps there's a long way for us to go. And I'll come to why we are getting stuck there, right? Similarly, if you take education, the ratio of students to teachers is perhaps not very healthy in our country, right? So there's an opportunity for us to improve, and technology and AI can help. Livelihood, if you take an example of agriculture, today the agri-tech organizations that are using AI to improve the livelihood of farmers is significant, right? So they have come a long way. And environment, I'm sure we all understand what is happening in that area. But that is where I want to unpack this AI that is added in this topic, right? Because when you think of AI, more often than not, people are thinking about generative AI, chatbots, right? But when you talk about public good, or even if you take any corporate use cases around AI, there's a significant part which is associated with data. There is an equal component associated with technology and automation. Unless these 2 foundations are not there, AI cannot work, right? And if this is working, means the foundational elements are there, right? So that's how I want to look at this, right? So when you take technology and automation, the evolution that our country has had in certain fields is significant, right? For example, financial inclusion. The way UPI works today, I don't think it happens in any country, right? And that's where I want to bring the element of this digital public good, which our country is very proud of, the Aadhaar system, the UPI system, and so on and so forth. These are all what, as a citizen, you are involved, right? When you go and buy flowers for 100 rupees, you can use UPI, right?
Why 100 rupees? 10 rupees.
10 rupees, yeah. Or 7 rupees 50 paisa, you can use UPI. So as a citizen, you are involved by that. I think that's where, public good has come. That's one great example, right? The second thing, when we talk about ensuring the state's revenues, end of the day, the state needs to have its revenue so that public good can happen, right? Indirectly, state's revenue is also extremely important. Pre-COVID, I was listening to one of the podcasts which said that Estonia is a country, it's a very small country, right? They said it is a digital first country. And what they have done is, one of the examples of digital first, what they said is, citizens need not do anything to file their tax returns. Moment they log into the tax portal, all the things are pre-filled and you can click one button and your returns are filed, right? This was pre-COVID. I was wondering, oh, Estonia, such a small country, they have done so much. But cut back 3 to 4 years from then, today it happens in our country. I mean, I'm not saying whether they're charging the right amount of income tax or not, but that's a totally different topic we can talk about. But they've enabled it for you to file your income tax return, right? Similarly, GST, again, no controversy over what tax rate for popcorn or packed popcorn, uncapped popcorn. But otherwise, if you take the GST taxpayers, they've made life so easy for them. You know, Parquet files, API calls for GST returns, unimaginable. It is not there in developed economies also, right? So to that extent, the short point I want to make is, a lot of foundational elements have been set right in our country, and we'll have to be proud of that. Now it's up to us as citizens to call out the expectations which can be delivered with the help of these foundations. And I recently came across this term called citizen enterprises. So there is public enterprises, there is private enterprises. Apparently there's a category called citizen enterprises, right? So how do we ourselves start using some of these technology foundations to make our lives better, make lives better for the society that we live in, and ultimately for our entire country as well, right? So I'll pause with that.
Yeah. See, thanks. I think that's a good start. See, now we as a common man, again as a layman, our first use case of AI was ChatGPT. If you look at now, many of us, now I'm not talking about the AI researchers and techies, but for the non-techies, the first live generative AI that we all experienced was, the first one what we experienced was ChatGPT. After that, there are 100 other tools and techniques which has come. And definitely it is, helping us a lot. What I could do in 3 hours or 4 hours, now I can do it in 10 minutes. If I have to prepare a talk for the session, all it needs is 5 minutes of prompting and 5 minutes of reading. That's all, 10 minutes. Earlier I have to search so much. And I remember my days when I was doing my PhD, to search for some journals, I had to go to some libraries, get some online paid research journals, etc. Today everything is here today. Now, but on the other side, as complicated as IBM Watson says, I will detect cancer through my technology tool. Or if there is any kidney disease, there is a tool that will detect. There are some, they said it's already proven and it is adopted by some large hospitals and it's already there. So when is that kind of applications going to come to a common man? Or to put it in the other way, can you tell some use cases which you have implemented in your organization, or which you think, because you come from a large organization, some use cases which we think will touch the common man shortly?
Okay, let me take one point example building on what Sai was saying, right? On the public health, right? Today, again, the focus of when we keep on public good is trying to say that improve the quality of life of all the citizens, right? I'll just take a specific example. I'll quote some of what at Infosys we have been doing as well, right? How do we ensure that the health access is made much more prevalent, right? In partnership with LV Prasadai, right? And from Infosys CSR initiative, there's an app called Site Connect, right? You can download the app self-service. It guides you through a sequence of eye test with just the mobile camera. It's kind of able to do first level screening. So here I'm not trying to say what we have done, but the approach of taking technology to solve a population scale problem, right? We have a limited set of resources on the hospitals and the public healthcare systems. But the population scale, if I have to reach everybody, if I have to just take a blind shooting approach and trying to deploy public health centers across the country, you're not going to reach everybody. Election Commission is one that they go with the mandate saying that we will make an election booth available within 2 kilometers for every citizen of a country. So that's a different thing. But healthcare is not reached that level yet. Now, mobile phone penetration is significantly there in the country now today. Now, with this simple technology, if the first level of screening happens and we get that telemetry, and then we say that then our intervention now becomes very pointed. Right? So the same infrastructure that you had with respect to the hospitals and the healthcare services that you had, the population scale that you are reaching to serve is getting dramatically amplified. So instead of we going from forward without any data to go what is there at the remote end, use the technology, use the data, use the AI techniques, and target where you have to go. So the resources that you have, which is very frugal in nature compared to the population scale that we are, right? We can be very effective. Yeah.
No, thanks, sir. Thanks. I think that will be the starting point for addressing the public health. I'll come to another again, a layman question. I go to Amazon, search something, I go and watch 2 reels in Facebook. Let's take Facebook or Insta. I watch 2 reels. Then Insta decides my pattern behavior and it suggests what I should watch next. And similar thing happens in all my buying pattern. I buy few things, I search few things and I don't buy. So there is a lot of AI goes behind that to tell me what I should do, tell me what I should not do, etc. Here comes the question, sir. My data and pattern is known by XYZ companies. So on the one side, we are talking about ethical AI, responsible AI, bias, etc., etc. But when it comes to a public, tomorrow a common man may not be an educated person. He will be an uneducated person also. So how is this data going to be dealt? What are your perspectives on this responsible and ethical AIs?
So that's a great question, sir. In fact, it is foundational to whatever you want to do with AI, right? But before that, this reels and scrolling, right? I think, I don't know if you all heard, the Oxford word of the year is brain rot. Anybody's come across this word, the brain rot? Yeah? Okay, just on the lighter note. But actually, yeah, I think without us knowing, we have given so much information to all these companies, right? Because of which they are holding control over what you can see, what you can listen, right? But otherwise, so directly to your question, consent management is one aspect which is extremely critical, and that's what the DPDP Act in our country is talking about, right? But all said and done, data is needed for you to do anything good with it, right? It is a chicken and egg story. Unless you give data, you're not going to get value for it. Unless you're not getting value for it, you don't want to give data to it, right? So it's a chicken and egg story. But as long as you manage consent very well, so that people know exactly what about them is being tracked, is being stored, right? The second aspect, and I'm sure as a cloud practitioner, he'll talk about it more, is the sovereignty of data. Where is your data going to reside? Who has access to it and at what level, right? In fact, not all of the big tech companies talk about sovereignty of data, right? So sovereign AI is becoming an extremely critical component. In fact, it is becoming, I don't know, back in the day we said that the next war will be fought for water. I don't know, maybe the next war could be fought for data also. So sovereignty of data is becoming such a big thing. Today, China is excluded by every big tech company, right? Because there is a reason why they cannot get there. But I don't think we are putting that kind of restrictions, but slowly and steadily we will get there. NVIDIA, for example, promotes this sovereign AI significantly. Of course, they will have their own agenda why they're promoting, but they come up with a good reason why sovereign AI is extremely important, because it is your data and you should benefit from your data, right? So that is one aspect. The second aspect, he's touched upon language models, right? 20 odd languages. I don't think anybody else in the world is going to create a large language model for Tamil. Right? It is up to us to go ahead and develop it. I don't know if you all remember, I think if it was Tech Mahindra's chairman, Anand Mahindra, who asked Sam Altman in one of the conversation in India, whether they can go and build a LLM. He said you can build an LLM, but you're not going to be successful because it requires hundreds of millions of dollars. This was, I think, 2 years back when Sam Altman was in New Delhi. Cut that to yesterday or day before yesterday when Satya Nadella said, India can develop large language models in 1/10 of the cost, right? So that's where the sovereignty and consent, I think if you're able to manage these two to a large extent, some of the things that you spoke about can get handled. I don't know, maybe you have some.
But before giving it to you, I still know even educated people like you and me, we click, I agree to the terms and conditions. Any one of you have read any of the terms and conditions? Any one of you? If anyone, you raise your hand, we will give you an award. All the terms and conditions of all the apps that is in your mobile phone, never possible, sir. Sorry, on a lighter note. Maybe good. We will give you the award.
But just building on that consent, right? There are two aspects to it, right? As he rightly said, data is required for us to serve the public good. But the data has to be taken with consent. Now, why did I raise my hand is, first thing is, as he said, we need to be aware of what is getting shared. It's first, whether you consent or not is the second part. For you to be aware of it. Now, that is what the act, like what he said, the Data Protection Act of the country, what it is trying to do is, at a country scale, right? Again, doing public good for our country, meaning that protecting our people also from all the evil actors from outside. Right? That is also part of the larger agenda. So even from a consent perspective, if we as individuals are not aware and educated enough to do what we have to do, the right things, the guy who's getting the data, the government through its policies and act can control much better and hold the data. See, the first thing that we as country have reached is with respect to financial, right? Today you take Visa, Master, Amex, everybody have to do their transaction processing only in India. They cannot track the transaction data. So essentially the financial data of the country is within country, right? That's in a way is doing public good for us. We are protecting our country's interest, right? It's just not only citizen, because for us to live in a safe country, the country has to be protected. So how do we use AI as a technology for that? It will get into the defense realm. So I did not explicitly include those topics because there's a lot of secrecy into the work that is happening there. But one is the consent. So essentially you need to be aware from that perspective. The second thing is about sovereignty is who's responsible for sovereignty, right? Starting with Europe, the GDPR Act and everything started, right? They said that government will take the responsibility of ensuring that we keep our citizens safe. So I think that's the positive direction that is being taken. So now why am I talking about this here, right? This is not only talking about how as AI as a public good, but this is a set of people, students, and everybody. When you are thinking about ideas to develop solutions in this space, or your own startups, entrepreneurs, these are things that will help you to define your product strategy properly. Today, as he rightly said, consent and sovereignty is going to be the backbone of the digital rail that is getting created for the economy. Right? So I would kind of leave that at that.
Okay, good. Just to add, I think some companies have taken consent way too seriously. How many of you have traveled Indigo recently? A lot of people, not many. When you web check in, there is one specific checkbox it is asking you to check. If you don't check, you cannot do a web check-in. And what it says, we will track your data along with your family and kin. They're asking us to check that. Without checking that, you cannot check in. You cannot do a web check-in. They're taking consent way too seriously.
See, I have not even seen that, sir. That's what I'm saying. I have not seen that, but I have definitely ticked that.
Yeah, we would have ticked that because that's what will show up, right? If you try to do a web check-in, they will say, this box has not been ticked.
Since many students and teachers are also there, and a lot of startups are also here, what are the challenges in implementing AI? Whether it be building solutions for public or to enterprises, what are the critical challenges that you're facing? What will be the bottlenecks?
I think it's a can of worms if you start thinking about the challenges. But broadly, let me categorize it into 2 or 3. Some which we have handled, some which we have not handled, right? I think back in the day, it was storage and compute. Today, that to a large extent has been handled. and with AI for Bharat mission and the initiatives with the government is doing, they are going to democratize compute for everybody, right? So that to a large extent is being handled. The second part is data, which is foundational and which is at least in the way I see corporates and non-corporates, I don't think that problem has not got solved, right? The data problem is still there. The access to good quality data to develop AI models is still there, right? So that is the second part, which I think it's a journey. I don't think we will solve it immediately, but yeah, over a period of time. The third most important aspect is change management, as we use in the corporate terms, or I would say acceptance, right? As an individual, are we ready to believe something which is coming out of technology as against, coming out of a different individual, right? That's a big deal, sir, if you think about it, right? Maybe in certain pockets, certain societies, in certain strata, it's different. In others, it could be different. But I think that is also a roadblock to why we are not able to scale some of the things. Like you explained, right? Standing in a line when there is something that you can do online as well, right? So broadly, these are the three things. Technology and compute, I think that we have solved to a large extent. Data, that is a journey. As far as change management is concerned, I think with all the awareness that we try to do, including the reels that comes these days, right? People will get a lot more comfortable in believing technology. Yeah.
So what is the future? So what is available in future for the young people? What is that they should now focus on? Whether it be learning AI, because I'm only worried about now. You go to any college, they will say I'm teaching AI to everybody. So everyone will become an AI engineer, AI degree holder, AI diploma engineer, AI IT engineer, everybody. So what is in the future according to you?
Okay, I'll answer that, but I'll just finish one more point on the blockers of AI, right? Today, he broadly classified under change management. I'll just unbundle it a little further, which is about trust on the system, right? See, today, if a human makes a mistake, we say that humans are prone to make mistakes. But we have never been used to the thing saying that a machine will make a mistake. No, but when you put AI into the thing, right, it has got its own biases. Meaning it has got its bias because you have fed in wrong data, because the data was not there, right? So it has got its own biases. Sometimes there's lack of transparency because you cannot explain the decision that it has made. So even you ask a doctor also, why did he give this prescription? A lot of times he says that he's doing it by his experience. AI is doing the same thing, but when AI does it, you want it to explain. Right, so that's the challenge. So those are certain, as a societal thing, right? When will we start trusting the system? That's what the question comes. But coming back to now, how do we look at the future? Is where it kind of makes solving this problems possible. I'll give an analogy from an automobile mechanical shop floor before coming into this, right? Which is what I was telling them also. When you look at automation at the start of transformations, right? If you take a very old factory for manufacturing cars, you will see an assembly line of machines, right? Each machine was capable of doing one job, and for a particular component, if it's a gearbox, 50 different components have to be done. It goes through an assembly line of 50 machines, right? And then came CNC, right? You put the component, 20 different tools came in and finished the job, or you melted. And then you look at the modern in Tesla, I think if it is in Model 3, the way in which they are doing manufacturing, it is the injection molding, right? One single mold, the entire rear of the car is being built. Why am I giving this analogy? If you are saying that manufacturing of a car can go through this kind of a transformation, it comes from the fundamental thing of ability to reimagine what we have been doing with the technologies that we have today in an automation first manner, data first manner, AI first manner. So that is what I like, this idea of saying that every discipline, whether it is a civil engineer, mechanical engineer, chemical engineer, or an architect, why do they need to have AI? Right? It is becoming a basic skill from three different perspectives. Number one, which I call as our involuntary actions. Right? It's just the basic things that you have to do. Then the second thing is, what is your job essentials? Right? If I am, let's say, a civil engineer, I have to make this drawing, right? Do I spend 8 hours to do the drawing, or I say that, okay, this is a typical house layout I want to do. It's about 1200 square feet, 4 people living in the house. It gives the first blueprint of the drawing, and then you improvise on top of it. Right? So from 8 hours, what you are doing is maybe half an hour, 2 hours, but there are two different benefits in this. One is the standardization of things happen, and so all of your building construction standards, safety, everything is getting pre-baked into the system. So the cost of baking in is coming down. So the cost to the consumer actually drops. Now, this is how a civil engineer has changed his life. Right, so now you should start reimagining from that perspective. How do I use this technology as a tool to do it, right? See, maybe like 30 years back, 40 years back, if you take any of the movies, right, the executive director or managing director always has got a steno by the side to take the dictation and notes and shorthand. Where is it all gone now? It doesn't exist, right? Because everybody can just type it in a Word document or a notepad or in a note or whatever it is. So that's how I look at it, right? From a future perspective, irrespective of any career stream that you are using, right? AI is a tool for you to do your job better, right? So it is not that a computer science guy only does AI. It's question in every job that I am doing, how do I use this as a right tool to drive my efficiencies? Safety, so essentially three different things. Efficiency, safety, if it gets bundled in, you spend more your time on differentiation and value creation. So experiences. That's
Good,
what I
sir,
will
good.
say.
And also, just to add one point, I think the reason why everybody should learn AI is also to understand what its limitations are, right? Otherwise, you are blindly getting into, believing whatever it does, right? So to know its limitations, also people need to do. But also, I think in hindsight, I'm thinking like learning about AI will keep you always on your toes to keep learning.
Correct.
Because it is evolving so very fast. I think 6 months back or a year back, they were talking about prompt engineering as a major skill that you need. But today with agentic AI, I think prompt engineering is slightly taken a backseat, right? In a matter of few months. So the reason why I think AI should be included in every curriculum is that then it will instill the sense of continuous learning in every individual.
Now, next to healthcare, I think education is the large societal thing that AI should touch upon. Now, in fact, as L&T EduTech, what we have done is in LMS, when somebody learns, based on his first module completion, the AI decides what should be his next module. In fact, in assessments, when somebody is assessed for a certain skill, not that everybody will be assessed in the similar format. Based on his first level of assessment scores or the way, the pattern in which he answers, the next questions are coming. But I don't know whether that can become a common strategy for education in a whole. While Khan Academy kind of people are still trying to promote that. But what are your inputs on how AI will empower education?
No, it certainly has to evolve to that stage, sir. I think when we do AI models for corporate clients, we say population of one, which means it is custom, it is bespoke for that customer, that individual, right? I think that's what AI has the capability, and it has to evolve to that stage. Again, as he was saying, whether people will have faith in AI to deliver that, maybe that's what I think we need to solve for.
Okay, thank you. I think the message has come. Time's up. You have any closing remark to make in 1 or 2 sentences with both of you?
So I'll leave with this just one comment, right? Which is kind of reinforcing the same point as I said, right? And everybody talks about it. Right? AI is not going to displace you. It's going to the guy with the AI skills is going to displace you. So that is a very common statement, but I think it is for us to reflect and keep thinking on it always.
Sir, from your side?
So my view is keep embracing new things as they happen along. We have not questioned many things in life. Why suddenly start questioning some of these things? Like why do you tie mango leaves when an auspicious thing is happening? I don't think we've questioned. So let's keep our curiosity a little low and go with the flow a little bit more. But at the same time, be careful. Where you're exposing yourself. That's
Good, sir. Thank you. I think every morning, I will have to search for my car key. There should be an AI to search my car key. That will be the day when I'll say the real power of AI is changed my life. So thank you very much to both of you. A big round of applause to both my panelists. Since there is no time, there is no Q&A based on input from the organizers. The panelists are here after the session if you have any queries. Thank you.
All right, so Thank you very much for bringing a lot of smiles and also a good energy in the room by discussing the most practical things about AI. And ladies and gentlemen, the next session is going to be very, very interesting one, and it's an exclusive one only for you people. So please stay tuned. And before moving on to the next one, may I request Mr. Venkatachalapati, retired JDA, SPM, Tamil Nadu e-governance, to join the dais to hand over the memento to the moderator. So may I request moderator Dr. Anbuthambi, Head L&T EduTech, Larsen and Toubro, to please join here. Can we give a big round of applause, please, all the ladies and gentlemen? May I request to hand over the memento to Mr. Upendra Sai, AI Practice Head, Wipro. Can we give a big round of applause? I hope we all enjoyed the discussion. May I request to hand over the memento to Mr. Madanra Jayaprakasam, AVP, Senior Principal, Technology Architect, Infosys Limited. Can you guys join for the group photograph, please? A quick group photograph. We'll be moving on to that exclusive session that is going to be the most useful and also very insightful on the topic Industrial Metaverse for Gen AI. So it is also about the AI. So may I request the speaker? Thank you so much, speakers. Thank you. Thank you. So for the next one, the topic is Industrial Metaverse for Gen AI. May I request the speaker, Mr. Bhaskar Devaraj, Metaverse Practice Head, Innovation Cluster, Tech Mahindra, to please join here on stage. Can we give a big round of applause to our speaker, please? Bhaskar Devaraj has 20 plus years of IT experience, majorly focusing on innovation and R&D for various service lines like artificial intelligence, digital twin, factory of future, industry 4.0, metaverse, web 3.0, game development, augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality, application development, learning services, and a lot more. So the next 10 minutes is going to be the most interesting part for each one of us present over here. Thank you.
Vanakkam, Chennai. No energy. Okay. So one more time. Vanakkam, Chennai. Okay, I see some more energy. Okay, that's great. So I will make sure this session is more interactive. I know you have been hearing a lot of information for the day, and my session would be like a quick 10 minute session, but I thought I will choose something different than the regular session so that it will be more informative, and also I will try to give the maximum knowledge whatever you can take from this session. Okay, how many of you heard about metaverse? You can just raise your hands. Okay, I see few hands. What is metaverse from your perspective? You can just answer. Okay, virtual reality, good. Connected, yes. Yeah, VR, yes. Any more suggestions? Okay. So I have defined that, or it is the term is metaverse is a virtual world where users can gather to interact, socialize, play, work, shop, and experience. So that is what it is defined as metaverse. So which is not it is a single word or a single one thing that is connected, right? It is connected to multiple places, whether it might be work, socialize, experience, and it has different layers adapted to that, right? Yeah. So I'm just displaying here few movies to watch out, because I see many people does not even aware of what metaverse is. So this is an activity for your weekend. You guys can go and then watch out these movies on weekend, which will give you more information about what metaverse is, right? These movies has good influence of metaverse, and it will give you a better knowledge in terms of what metaverse is used and what is the future of metaverse will look like. Okay, so now coming to the session, right? What can you do in metaverse as a user, right? So why this metaverse came into picture? So as an metaverse, you can build and then explore, and then probably you can create digital twins. And today's topic is like industrial metaverse with Gen AI, right? So when I say digital twins, it is like replicating or creating your physical environment virtually and connecting that and then controlling that via a remote instance, right? So you don't have to physically be in a factory to do any kind of an controlled environment, right? So you can sit at your home. When COVID comes, people in IT, they enjoyed the privilege of working from home. They don't have to go to office. But if you take an shop floor, right, or any factory environment, the organization made mandate that they have to come to office. They got all the exclusions and they said like with all the safety protocols, they have to come to office, right? But how do we make sure like even factory production happens virtually? So that's where the industrial metaverse comes into picture in terms of like anything that you want to do, we will be enabled with a virtual environment and it will be connected to all of your enterprise applications to provide data to robots or to control the applications using remotely. The factory of futures or like industrial metaverse can be built. And of course, GenAI is one component which can be integrated into all of these components so that anything that can be controlled via an operation can be an contextual information based or voice based information that can be provided, which will enable you to control all of the things in a remote manner, right? Okay, so what is the need for the industrial metaverse? So there are multiple things that can be addressed. Some of the key points which I have highlighted is like it increases the efficiency and productivity, and also it helps you to improve your product quality and innovation with a better ROI, and it enhances workers' safety and training, which is very, very key important factor of an industry in terms of safety and training protocol, and it improves the better customer experience as well. So when you do all of those things, what are the benefits that you will get is like you will be able to automate major tasks which has been ruled out in the current operation, or you can optimize the processes, you can reduce waste, or you can accelerate design cycle, you can enhance product performance, and probably you can build more engaging and informative experience as well, right? So these are the key need which is required for an industrial metaverse use case as well. So the next slide which I have is like Omniverse at Tech Mahindra. So NVIDIA has a product called Omniverse, right? I don't know how many of you heard about Omniverse. Probably everyone would have heard about NVIDIA, which is the big thing in the market, which is creating AI and solutions for all the generating computational power. But there is also products called Omniverse as well, which is being predominantly used to control and then capture any of the 3D software, right? If you have been working in any engineering services application, you might be using CAD, CAM, or 3ds Max, Maya, Blender, any software that you use, okay? NVIDIA has an kind of an plugin to connect to NVIDIA Omniverse, and it helps in terms of real-time collaboration between multiple peoples. Any data that you do with normal, right now we are speaking about GenAI, right? And GenAI is full of text and probably images, audio, video. But beyond that, all the 3D data are like very, very huge. So to compute the text, images, audio, video itself, we need a huge lot of computational power to get so much of data and give the right data. But when it comes to NVIDIA or when it comes to 3D data, so I would say like probably an industry plant would be like just an industrial plant 3D design itself would be like 10 to 15 GB of size. Okay, but if you want to generate data from like terabytes of data, then you just imagine like how much of computational power is required to generate that 3D data with respect to 3D, right? Which is very, very complex thing in the market, and probably to do that, we need a high computational power. That's the reason like NVIDIA is very pioneer in terms of generating all of those 3D outputs, generating all of those 3D renders. So we use the NVIDIA's Omniverse as a platform to develop industrial metaverse applications. So here is a glimpse of what are the various categorizations that we have done, right? And some of our customers as well. So this is typically the use cases which I have showcased here in terms of like what are the various use cases that we have developed to various customers across the globe, right? So I'm very proud to say that we are the first person to develop meta banking for UBI, and we did an metaverse project for RBI. In fact, Narendra Modi ji launched that. And we have also done the first metaverse for Mahindra Life Spaces, where a person was able to completely buy an apartment remotely without going to a site at all, right? So that comes to sustainability as well. So earlier, if you go to any real estate builders, they used to have an probably an sample apartment, right? But again, after the flat is completed, they have to demolish that. So all of these materials are going to be in waste, right? So when it comes to virtual world, there is no, no greenery objects that we are going to waste in that. And also like this gives a complete immersive view in terms of like how your apartment will look like in terms of a 10th floor, what is that, a balcony view that will get from different floors, your exact configurations of rooms, furniture, sofa, everything has been built on, and that will give you a better clarity in terms of, which was a big success, and it was like really a good move and good use case for the industry as well. So the use cases, whatever we have been developing, it's all like very prompt, and then we choose the use cases which really needs the market as well, right? And that is one of the core things to be think through as well. So some of the use cases have been like very dynamic, and then probably in the previous session someone said like the Sam Altman challenge, right? India cannot build an LLM, right? That came to Tech Mahindra, right? Our previous CEO CP Gunani said like we will accept that challenge, and then it came to our team like Megas Lab. In my boss, the CP called my boss and then said like, hey guys, I have accepted the challenge and we have to make this happen. Okay, that was about night 10 o'clock. We got this call, and then my boss said like, come on guys, we have to make this happen. And then yeah, we accepted the challenge. Obviously, there were a lot of troubles, issues, but the good thing is like within 10 months of time, we built our own India-based LLM, and which is like Project Indus. We launched within 10 months of time, and the challenge was also achieved as promised by our CP, right? And yeah, so as someone said, like it is not only about Indic language, right? We took it to other nations as well and other countries as well. We also launched the Indonesia-based LLM, and we are also working with other countries in terms of sovereign LLMs for different own native languages as well. So which is like the need of the hour for the market, right? And obviously, so when we looked into the future, we thought like agentic LLM would be the future, right? And then we enabled with meta-human based LLM. So we did couple of projects in that and research in that, and then probably we launched an metaverse based LLM as well. Yeah, metaverse strategy at Techum is like we work within our group. Since Tech Mahindra is a group company of Mahindra Group, we have a strategy to work along with our own group company in terms of like Mahindra Automobile, Mahindra Lifespace, or Mahindra Factory. So we take projects within our group, do POCs, make it as a success, and then take it to enterprise, right, across the world. Whether it may be like Telefonica, Ford, YIT, these are some of the key projects that we have achieved using the strategy of our own group. And then, of course, we also engage a lot of academia in terms of like developing POCs, giving them interns, and then hire people as an internship, ask them to do research in various sectors along with the experts within our team, and make sure like all the projects or the POCs that we are doing, which will be a unique solutions to the market, right? Yeah, so this is Manav, which is our avatar-based LLM, which we have done using Llama. And also we have the capability to take it to our own Project Indus LLM as well. And we can also work with any of the native LLM. Also, it can be taken to any sovereign LLM as well. So this can be used as an agent for any of the industrial application. as a friend force for the people whoever is working in terms of like an user perspective. You don't have to type anything. You can just ask or give command to the avatar and then say like, hey, do this, do that, right? This is one of the sample avatar which we have created, but our framework is like you can take your own photograph and that will be your 3D avatar of you, and which will be integrated with your own LLM, and probably whatever you are giving an instruction, that will be updated into the factory and that will get reflected into the system in the background, and that will set the commands through remote, right? Everything happens virtually. So that is what we are planning and vision to do that, right? So this is some of the recognition that we have achieved globally for the various use cases that we have developed so far. And almost all the research and analysts has rated us as top and pioneer in this industrial metaverse category, right? Yeah, so that's all I have. I have like another minute of time. I don't want to take much of your time. I prepared only slides, 10 slides to make sure like I will not take more time. Any questions, I'm happy to take. Otherwise, yeah, please, good. Mike, please.
I think Bhaskar deserves a round of applause from all of us.
Thank you so much.
And I'm not from Bhaskar's company, I'm from Tata Consultancy, so we are a competitor.
Oh, good
so
to know that.
my question to you is,
right.
Facebook was so excited about metaverse, they changed the name Facebook to Meta.
Right.
But then over a period of time, they actually have reduced their priority on anything on metaverse. It has become metaverse.
Right.
What is your thought on that?
Yes, I was anticipating this question. Okay. Because everyone knows like there was a very big, huge marketing in terms of like when Facebook changed its name to Meta, right? The problem right now is like the devices, whatever you're using, right, for metaverse, whether it might be like AR, VR device, it is like you cannot use it for more than an hour, right? But still, Facebook is, Meta is tied up with Ray-Ban, and then they're trying to come up with a solution in terms of your normal specs or glass would become like an VR device, right? Like how we are wearing a glass now, future will be like that. Everyone will have a mobile phone right now. Everyone will have a smart glass, which will be like a metaverse device and which will be like very, very low cost, so that anything that you want to control using your glass, you will be able to take that throughout the day, and like mobile phone, revolution will change and people will start using glasses. And that's where all the industry is working towards and moving towards. Once that breakthrough comes in at a low cost, the industry will completely shift towards that like mobile.
All right, I think we are almost done. Thank you. Thank you very much
Thank
for
you so much.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you for the brief session on metaverse. I'm requesting you to please stay back here. May I request Mr. Venkatachalapati, retired JDA, SPM, Tamil Nadu e-governance, to please join here to hand over the memento to Mr. Bhaskar Devaraj. Let's give a huge round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. So we are at the end of our day. So day one, I hope day one of Umagine 2025 was very helpful to each one of you present over here. So day two is going to have a lot more than expected. So stay tuned. See you all tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. sharp. Thank you.